Dang, I'm really good at that. But yes, my first job interview went pretty well. I was given homework. Oh my goodness, my hair is wild. I have. Oh my! They started 6 minutes ago. What is it with these people? Or is it because I was doing homework? But yeah, I have to take a Korean test, which I'm a little bit terrified of. A little bit extremely terrified of. Entertain chat, because I'd like to make around 5 times more than I do right now. Downloading a Capture Age update. Oh, speaking of TOS, I did message him asking if he wanted to cast today. Or I'll just say they haven't said yet. I have to... Well, assuming that I did my homework well, which I think I did. I have to do a second round of interviews with a panel of people that I would be working directly under. And then I have to do a separate Korean test. $100 a month? Something like that. Ooh, Varls and Vinch are both purple pickers, guys. I think the only fair thing to do is make them both purple. Online? Ah. Well, then that would be a good reason why he didn't message me back. All right. All right. All right. Nobody gets purple. Varl's gonna be here in the blue as the Sicilians to the west, Vinch in the red as the Goths to the east, already losing a villager to Barls. And I think this is gonna be a really interesting matchup. We'll have to see how well Barls is doing overall. He did beat Yo, and Yo had a terrible tournament result by his standards. Men-at-Arms is not quite in yet, but now it is. But even with Men-at-Arms in, you really only trade more or less evenly with Sergeants. Although the Goth Men-at-Arms are, of course, much cheaper. Win a big flex. I do feel like Sicilians match up very well against Goths over the course of a game. I played a game, what was it, yesterday? It was Goths versus Franks. That game wasn't fun. It was in fact very unfun. AOK balance would have been even worse. Now with the farm upgrade change, they're actually worse. Because one of the advantages is that Franks got their farms upgraded right away. Whereas now every civ, if they can grab Horse Collar, it will still get some benefit to it. So it's actually a nerf to Franks. Anyway, skirms, archers here, still plenty of infantry units running around. You know, it's just the one kill so far on the eco for Barls. But Barls still hasn't lost a unit yet, but that archer and men-at-arm combo is going to snag one bill here, I think. Yeah. Yeah. All right, going over to stone there. Well, Vinch evening up the KD right there, and what he really does have is the production advantage. And now things are looking perhaps a little bit dicey here for Barles. You got another skirmisher and sergeant coming in. But this is starting to get really, really scary here from Vinchester. Good Vil micro here from Barles, but you can see Vinch is really starting to take that nice eco advantage. Oh, Skirm and Archer go down. But yeah, Barles needs to get another Donjon up pronto status. He also was not able to get the horse collar upgrade, and it feels like Barles is really falling far behind due to that eco inefficiency. The KD is even, but it's just one range and one barracks producing units right now. And, I mean, Barles, like, literally yesterday, we need to be seeing this Donjon coming in. The Skirms do have +1 defense, which is helpful. Those villagers are not in the right part of town. There's the Donjon on its way, but like I said, this feels like it's almost 30 seconds too late. Oh, and this is getting really awkward here. There's another villager going down, and Barles is just running out of units. This is definitely when Goths have their biggest advantage, and right now, Vinchester is doing a great job of pressing that. Look at this. I mean, this already might be it. 500 more food collected, double the gold collected. Huge difference in eco efficiency. And this is certainly going to be enough to give you a probably unbeatable Castle Age timing advantage. Random seating? I have no idea. I do not know. But yes, the old Civ still showing it's got some tricks up its sleeve. Castle Age is coming on in. A little bit of idle time here for sure for Vinchester, but the most important thing is that his eco has been working. Much, much more effectively than Barles's has. That said, Sicilians will basically be getting better as the game goes on, whereas Goths are mostly going to be getting weaker in this matchup. So if, and it's a big if, Barles can survive, it will be looking much better for him in the long run. I met Zombie Grub at a Starcraft event many moons ago. He was cool. Alright, men-at-arms. Gonna start to take down those houses really quickly. Now, Barles getting housed, and... oh, wait, he's still not up yet. Oh, okay, yeah, then Barles was probably just super dead. Starcraft? Yeah, I get Grandmaster once, man. I was captain of my university Starcraft team. I haven't played in over a decade, though. A long, long, long time ago I played. Starcraft. I studied too. Race? Oh, Zerg. The one that didn't require micro. Hera would crush me at Starcraft, oh my goodness. Even more than AoE 2, Starcraft, you need to be fast. Watching GSL, you bet I did. Anyway, Barles is super dead. Yeah, really it's just all about the economic inefficiency there. Oh my goodness, Dash, please stop stepping on my cables. The economic inefficiency really did Barles in that game. Yeah, my friend and I, in college, were like the only people, or like not the only people, well, one of the only people to play team games we played 2v2s in Starcraft. So because so few people played it, we were actually, I think we hit rank 1 in North America. Because he was a bit better than I was. He was like low Grandmaster. I was mostly just high Masters. (2v2) I don't even remember what we did. I probably just boomed. I will be streaming the rest of the tournament. I just couldn't yesterday because I had to do my job interview homework. All right, 41 second wait. These guys are too fast. They're too dangerous to be kept alive. All right, we're missing the regular maps. I feel like Zerg was probably not that great in team games because he had so little room to work with. All right, we're going to be going to Mirkwood next. Vinch back in red, and here we are, guys. I mean, that was a dominant performance from Vinchester in game number 1. Oh yeah, I still remember spreading creep all over my ally's base, and he's like, stop it, I can't build stuff. And then I'm like, I don't care, man. But I'm just toxic like that. A triple wood draft, Mirkwood, Crownwood. And what was the first one? Marshwood, yeah, that's right. Now, that just reminds me of, like, the good old days, though. Like, we go to Annandale in Virginia, which is, like, a suburb of D.C. that has a big Korean population. So we'd go to, like, the gaming cafe there, and then there was, like, an H-Mart right by, and then, like, a Korean barbecue place, and we'd just, like, do that all day. That was a fun time. Mr. Dog! Hold on! You're not missing anything anyway. All right. I don't respect Protoss? Oh, yes. I detest but respected Terran players. I didn't hate, but I did not respect Protoss players, if that makes sense. Also, I didn't respect Zerg players because I knew that they were they were just born to suffer. Oh yeah, but last reminiscing about Starcraft point, another player who was native to the DMV area was Avillo. If that name still has any meaning in the Starcraft world. But yeah, he would be at the same PC cafe as us, and oh my goodness, he was exactly like his online personality, man. Oh, okay, yeah, hold on. Is banned in most as it probably should be. It was, I mean, he's somebody that was definitely very funny to meet in real life. Drafting, I know, they're like on it. Hold on, let me find the picture. It was a great picture. Yeah, here we are. Photo time. Was he toxic? Absolutely. All right, come on. Camera, focus. This was at an event in DC. My freaking webcam's not focusing. Oh, I got a better idea. First, let's not jump scare people next time I turn that on. Let's go cast the second set. That's what T-West says. I mean, again, it's not like we're missing anything. It's Dark Age. On a Nomad map. All right. Let me try and pull this up. I uploaded it to Discord. Here we are. This was in DC. Let's see. That is DRG. That is MC. That's me. I forget who these guys were. Or Korean pros. These two and that guy were my friends. Am I Asian? I am very much white. But yeah, that was a fun day. This was like at a like theater outside of DC. It was a fun time. Good old days when I was fun. I looked happy? I know! What happened? Life happened. No, like, it was really cool. That was back when... That was the most involved with Red Bull I've ever been. It was a Red Bull Starcraft event, and I got, like, my VIP ticket. For, like, the super, you know, selective area where it was, like, meeting with the Red Bull people. Who was there? Was it Nathanius and Greetorp, I think was his name? They were there. I think they were the ones casting. So we hung out with them. We played some Smash Bros, which was pretty fun. They were all a lot better than I was. Yep. But yeah, I do notice that, like, pictures of me in my late teens and early 20s, I look very similar to I do now. I just didn't have the dark circles under my eyes. It's really sad. Anyway, we're on our way up to Castle Age. 20 to 23 fishing ships. How's game one? Very one-sided. Vinch did doing a great job applying pressure with Goths. I'm not balding? I know. I have a full head of hair, and I am very happy about that. Anyway. Do we have forging in yet? Also, let's split the colors. No, we don't. Get a job yet? I made it to the second round. At least I'm pretty sure I did. I spent a little over 3 hours doing my homework yesterday. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, but I don't really know. I mean, I'm not allowed to talk about it, but basically, I'm applying for an OSINT job, as they call it, which is basically a research position. It's like corporate research, due diligence, and risk analysis. Basically stuff I am very much trained for, but I've never, like, done something in that exact style before. So I'm a little nervous about that. I'm really nervous about having to take a Korean language test, which is like, oh my goodness, did they really have to do this? Into a reverse sweep? Yeah, one can hope. Yes, I have to take a Korean test, which the best part is that the job isn't even in Korean. I actually don't need Korean for my job. It's all in English. I was pretty bad at it. But hopefully, they don't require fluency in Korean. I hope it's just like a you kind of know Korean type thing. And I did put time into it, right? I put 6 semesters worth of effort into it. I'm just not very good at it. However, what I do think is my much stronger point is I understand Korean business practices, I understand Korean governance, and I understand Korean culture. So I feel like that is the more important, at least what I hope is the more important aspect of my application, and I think I'm good at research and analysis. So rip that, Phil. And the corgi wants out. Oh, well, you're acting under pressure? Maybe. Understand Starcraft history? You bet I do. Anyway, it looks like a rocket cart was sniped right there. Guys. Anyway, at the very least, Barles should, in theory, be winning water. Now, he does not have iron casting. We have another rocket cart coming in. Yeah, those villas need to get back to work. Villager numbers are still overall quite even. It's 24 to 18 fishing ships. Red Cliffs Tactics is coming in very early for Vinchester. Monk's Pros, which is funny because I absolutely detest the unit. Except against ships. Am I not wrong? I mean, I don't think I'm wrong. I think the unit is terrible. I think it's just attached to a civ that's super good in the early to mid game. They might, I mean, they do obviously microwave way better than I ever could, but it's like, if I see a fire archer, I feel like I would rather have every single other foot archer unique unit. You know, it looks like a little bit of Paul Sereno. Barles is taking a big worker lead thanks to his fishing ship advantage. That said, Vinchester's eco upgrades are very good. He's adding in his own second TC. Own siege? I mean, so here's the thing. They deal a little bit of extra damage to siege. They essentially deal 2 damage to siege, right? Because they fire the multiple arrows. But because their reload time is so slow, 3.5, they literally fire half as fast as an archer with thumb ring. It adds up. I mean, it's just 1 more damage, right? DPS-wise, they're worse than basically every other archer. Faster fire rate? Nope. Just the 3.5. However, this is what they are genuinely good at, being able to apply pressure to a building like this and not take any damage. Tested the DPS? Yes, I did. People act like I don't spend hours and hours testing these units when they come out, man. Like Tarkins? Yeah, kinda. Still not as good as Wu Infantry. Wu Infantry are actually still better at taking down buildings. It's just, you know, the ranged aspect makes the Fire Archers useful in that regard. Which is still very genuine. Anyway, Castle coming on in. Rocket Cart got some value. Multiple arrows? I mean, it does help versus the high Pierce Harbor targets, for sure. Tower coming in, another TC, but right now Barles is kind of stuck on this peninsula. They do 1 damage. Otherwise, the unit would absolutely be insane. Hello, Dark Demon Cider. The Castle Age Tech, it's not underrated. It's just very, very good for Fire Archers versus buildings and ships. Oh, it is a best of 7. My apologies for ruining AoE again. Universidad incoming. That said, we're looking at 4 War Galleys to 8 Hulks, and the thing with those Hulks, of course, is that they do take so much damage there from the buildings. Oh, that was a lot less impressive than I thought. I mean, that was, what, 17 units that shot the rocket cart, and they didn't one-shot it. All right, castle number 3 coming in. I mean, really, it's the fact that the Fire Archers can apply pressure to buildings, and then in conjunction of this with this short rush distance, castle coming in right here. That is actually where this unit is going to be very, very strong. That counts for a lot, indeed. Well, that's just you not doing anything. And yes, Barles is slightly ahead in res collected, but these rocket carts are simply not doing the trick against good micro. Well, okay, literally as I say that. But yeah, obviously, these 3 castles are absolutely fantastic. And like I said, the genuine advantage of the Fire Archers is that they're able to poke away at these buildings from the safety of the castle. If these castles weren't here, basically swamping the Fire Archers with any sort of decent army would be enough. And I mean, you can just walk around, though, right? Unless I'm mistaken, can't you just walk on these shallows? Like, you can just scooch units over to the side, can't you? Anyway, some raids over here to the north. So much time, better than dying. Okay. They're so good. They're not! I refuse to accept it. Guard tower, that's a great question. I'm not entirely sure. The weakness of fire archers are units, not buildings. But the issue is that you can't really use units here because the castles are in such good positions. Of course, good micro. But yeah, I mean, this is obviously what's going to be happening. Yeah, Barles is dead. D-E-D dead. It's these castles that are really enabling the fire archers to be successful. And rightly so. I mean, it was a great job of Vinchester to recognize the very close rush distance. And then he was able to get that castle down, and with the fire archers having the safety of the castles to fall back to, it's just really hard to ever force an engagement. And now, of course, your production is insane. You're at 47 of them, guys. These units aren't cheap. They are quite expensive, but I mean, they can do this quite well. Yeah, there's a TC all the way up over there, but you just have no space left with which to work. Vinch has outposts all over the place, which I love. Very far behind. Vinch at no point in this game was behind. Now going to be another castle coming in. Masonry, unfortunately, does not help versus the fire archers. They deal the they use the anti-infantry building damage, so otherwise they would be just a straight awful unit as the game goes on. But yeah, basically, you don't want to go with a building-based defense, you want to go with a unit-based defense. In which case, these fire archers would be very bad, but of course, unit-based defenses aren't really going to work here because of the castle, so as you can see, it's just the synergistic play here has been very impressive from Mr. Vinchester. What is Imp even going to give you, Barles? You've lost so much. No, I think we were just a good civ here. I don't really think that Barles' playstyle has a whole lot to do with this. Is a good civ in the early game. I think Ketons are really overrated on this map. Yeah, well, thankfully it's over. Well done there for Vinchester. 107 fire archers made. That's a lot of units. He also got 5 relics. But yeah, I mean, just Barles was stuck on the land. He could not apply pressure to the fire archers because the rush distance was so close. Ketons would look a lot better if the rush distance was longer and you had time to sort of boom up with your water advantage, but that's just not how this particular generation worked. But yes, I agree. I think that the double effect for hulks with your forging is not enough of a reason to pick a civ on this map. Right, let's see if we can get this all down. Vinch is already up to a very swift 2-0. Oh, and that was Barles' #1 home map too. Yikes. We are going to need to change this up a bit, aren't we? So that is the number 1 and number 2 Civ picks. So then game 1 was lower down there and lower down there. Bad matchup against Vinch. Vinch is very adaptable. Alright, now we're going to a real AoE map. None of this rocky terrain and boating nonsense. Need so early? Nah. Could be exciting. All right, guys, it is game number 3. It is going to be on Bosmo. This is a fun one, of course. Barles is going to be in the blue as the Spanish to the east. He really needs to start putting some points on the board because he's had a rough time thus far in this series. Despite having a very good performance against Yo. But he did kind of get slapped around by Andy. And right now, he's kind of getting slapped around by Vinch. Meanwhile, Vinch is going to be in the red poles to the west, certainly a much less commonly seen Civ on any map these days, although I personally think they are extremely powerful. Spanish, of course, are going to be great, though. For all of the reasons that we would expect with Spanish on a map that is typically FC aggression. That said, if you look at the drafts real quick, I kind of like this. Spanish, where Barles is number 1 Civ pick. You know he has Bosmo. I don't think Spanish are an obvious pick on any other map. Maybe he goes Portuguese here as well, but the process is the same. So instead of going Burgundians, which I think have a pretty bad matchup against Spanish, due to them wanting to play that sort of slower-paced, boomy style, you go ahead and just use this lower pick poles. And go for an aggressive tower rush play. And sort of try and keep Spanish on the back foot. Maybe even prevent them from easily dropping a castle. Oh, Vinch is absolutely tower rushing. Actually, he has 4 on wood. Although that might just be due to the start on this map. With the second TC in this other square. Yes, we do see humans on this map from time to time. Usually it's the Fast Castle Unique Units civs, though, or the Fast Castle Monk C civs. Yes, Bosmo is great. Anyway, Full of Arc coming in here for Vinchester. And the question is he going to trush? He is chopping here to the stone already, but this doesn't necessarily mean anything. Barles is going to go conks, right? It's not really a grand secret. Conks and missionaries. Yeah, Vinchester literally had an entire style of arena trushing named after him. Indeed, Vinch will be going for the tower rush. It'll be a drush. Well, the reason you'd pick poles on a map like this is because they're one of the best tower rush civs, and you're up against a civ that wants to go for a fast castle into conquistadors, which is going to leave them vulnerable to early feudal age pressure. Is in these enclosures. OP. I still think poles are amazing. They're just a little slow. But on any map where you can kind of skip like early feudal age fighting, they're really good. Pole eco is actually silly. Anyway, it's tower time, baby. Like I said, remember that you cannot build behind here as this is all icy terrain. 24 pop-up for Barles is still really, really fast if he's looking to go for conquistadors, but it will put him in better stead against the tower rush, which obviously Barles is going to anticipate. Interesting binding camp placement. Maybe he wants to build a TC here eventually. Anyway, Vinch is now here in the feudal age, and it is tower time. Now, tower rushing Spanish might seem a little bit weird because there's such a civ that's happy to play defensive towers or their own tower rush, and they're a civ that like going on to stone anyway. That said, what you're doing right now is you're making things awkward for Barles. Now he's going to have to spend stone on a defensive tower. That could slow down his castle age time. And it's just really screwing with this otherwise very tight build order to try and get to conquistadors as quickly as possible. 41 seconds still. And Barles was, of course, able to grab Loom before clicking up, which is very helpful here. But, well, towers are good. Shocker of the century. I was like, are there archers somewhere? No, it's just the villagers shooting at the deer. Alright. Feudal Age is in. Defensive tower is built immediately here for Barles. His resources look okay. He will be able to go for the market and the blacksmith, although he's kind of doing 2 on the blacksmith, 1 on the market, when it should be the other way around, which is a little bit awkward. What is this barracks location? Whatever. Maybe he's worried about the scout cavalry running in and sniping a villager on the outside. Anyway, remember, chat, if at first you don't succeed, tower rush again. And the way that this map always generates is that there's always some space somewhere to drop a tower. And you need 1 on both? Yeah, totally, but I guess you really did just want to get fletching. But now we're in a protracted feudal age tower war, right? And this is exactly the sort of situation that Vinch is going to want to find himself in. You can see no way he could get a castle anytime soon. And even though he might be able to sell some wood right now and click on up after this villager, it certainly doesn't feel good, that's for sure. No fletching in here for Vinchester, though. It's still a little risky, right? It's always going to be a little bit risky going for a tower rush like this. Oh, Scout Cavalry in a great spot right there. There are still 2 villagers with the ability to garrison inside the tower, and that's going to be a dead vill for Barles. Just wanted to get those extra vills over. Will sacrifice 1. Am I crazy, or is this, like, a really weird placement? You want to be able to put eco here, right? In mid-game. Wouldn't you just build the stable over here? Or forward? Anyway, tower's up over there. No more stone income. That tower will fall. And I guess you might still have a little bit of wood income right now. Yeah, you can't go into conquistadors, right? Conquistadors. Got some scooter bugs coming in. And Vinch still in control of this game. He's getting the gold from his stone. We'll be able to get additional Folvarki down very soon. I don't know why he's building another one right now. He could just start saturating that one. But pulls? Yeah, no, that's why I think that's a brilliant move here from Vinchester, just to go for the pulls on this map, especially as the low-tier draft pick versus your opponent's #1 civ. Smack. Lots of smacking. Alright, double monastery. Will be for the donks. But we already have scouts on the map. And another tower. I love this. Barles does need to buy the stone for another tower, which he can do, but... terribly impressive? I'm impressed, Boom. I think Vinchester's now 2 scouts are just fine. Nope, missionaries are on the way. He's 100% more than he had, indeed. All right, so second TC's coming in. So Barles is already adapting to this, right? I mean, in an ideal world, you're always going conquistadors in this situation, but recognizing that that's just not in the cards right now, Vinchester is literally doing everything he can to prevent Barles from readily going for conquistadors. No food income at all for blue at the moment. Hello, JBPJ. Anyway, you're going to secure some more food income right there with the forage bushes, which is quite helpful, and you can just buy food in the short run. Meanwhile, Vinch is happily gathering food in the middle, but of course, this will heavily delay his castle age time, going for these scouts. Okay, it was punched down by villagers. And because of this icy terrain here, you cannot rebuild any of these walls that are destroyed. Very creative map. Alright, barracks is coming in. You do want to eventually get those upgrades for the missionaries. Get, like, bloodlines, husbandry, the blacksmith upgrades. Missionaries become extremely powerful then. And of course, as a Warlords map, this has 7 relics on it, so plenty of value there for the missionaries to extract. Pain in the Ah map? What does pain in the Ah mean? Is that just a typo? Zoomerism? You can just say ass. It's okay. Is that like an actual Zoomerism? I don't even know. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? Oh yeah, well, I do not have a TikTok wired brain. Let's say, I did not know. Another 4-0. Yeah, yesterday, weren't the series kind of one-sided? I mean, Sito took one game off Tato, but yeah, 4-0 ACCM to Tao. 4-1 Sito. It seemed like it was a long day, though, so maybe the games were long. Plus, oh, you mean AoE 1 Egyptians? Chat, you want to help me out on this one? No, you 4-0'd Heart. Am I missing something? Because this just doesn't feel very good at all for Barles. Missionary with cutoff. 3 conversions? I guess that's something, but now we're going to have bloodlines and forging in here. And remember, the eco is better right now for Vinchester. Still ahead by 3 vills. He's got... Oh, look at this. Look at how beautiful this is. Alright, but the spearmen here, of course, are big difference makers. Hasn't? Yeah, it'll be interesting for sure. And now the Corgi wants out. Why is my life dictated by the whims of a Corgi? Anyway, 4th relic coming in here for Barles, and that's certainly a very real advantage. Interesting game here. Like Cav coming in, though, and it feels like this really isn't going to benefit you too well in the long run. Bodkin coming in. Now, that is a very expensive investment at this point. Because remember, Bodkin means that you're not getting Bowsaw. You're not getting +1 defense for your missionaries. And it's curious that when you're only on the 45 vills like this, that you would actually invest into that. Living under Dachshund rule, I'm sure it's just as bad. Guard tower. Okay, so the idea is to shoot down the towers with your towers. And there's +1 defense now coming in. Corgi cam? Well, but the Corgi is currently left. Yeah, guys, do you think the AoE community needs an intervention for barrels and guard towers? Yes, Vinch is absolutely going to drop a castle here very soon. Remember, Vinch is way ahead in resources, and there's another tower coming in. Could go for the wall delete over here, though. That would be a nice move from Barles. And he needs something, because right now, he is just going to be falling further and further behind. Oh, Sadville. Well, at the very least, you have regained access to your stone, and there, you know, that's not for nothing. That said, castle is going to be built in the middle here. Honestly, it probably could have just been built over here. Or over here. Low test castle? Wait, what? Why would you do this? Okay. Well, lost a bill. Seems a little like, why not just, you know, you can even delete some houses if need be. Alright, like have here, running amok, getting more value. I mean, to deal with this, you need to get conquistadors. You guys are using all of these words that I vaguely heard before, but have no idea what they mean. It's very confusing. And I'm somebody who's very easily confused by such things. Testosterone? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Running mucks? Running a muck? I don't know, a lowland muck was pretty good. You guys aren't even speaking English at this point! Man, Gay Pride Muck was very good, though. Poison Dark's a great combo. Anyway, we are once again learning that light cavalry are good against monk units. In case you guys were unclear or unsure, that is the case. Alright, castle number 2. I mean, honestly, castle number 2 is probably coming in where castle number 1 could, but, you know. 70, that is true. Portent, very much the origin of all that stuff. Alright, castles are coming in. Now it's 11 vills to 7. What might even say it's the 7-11. Does he have +2 armor? No, he's just not getting +1. The defense upgrades haven't really mattered, though. Like, it's not like they're taking a lot of arrow fire. Alright, both castles are going to go up. Not really going to be much of an issue there. At the very least, you do have conquistador production that will start. Oh, lost 1 bill for the road. Yes, those conquistadors are going to be very, very important. Again, my concern, though, is that we're already far too late at this point. It's 82 vills to 66. The KD is not looking so good. Guys, there have been 4 conversions this game. Oh, jeez. Like have to not get bonus versus conks. What do you mean? Light cav are very bad against conquistadors, as a matter of fact. Oh, that's right. You do get the, yeah, because archer. Yes, yes. My bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. Yes, yes, yes. Anyway, yeah, Barles is dead. It's a team bonus, yeah. Scouts get +1 attack versus archers. Well, Barles not feeling it today, guys. I thought this would be a very close series. But yeah, he made 31 conks and got 5 conversions. Or, donks, rather. Mentioned it before. It's a very, very good bonus, in fact. Yeah, I also expected this to be a much closer set. Oh, whoops. No, definitely not 1 point there for Barrel. Sorry, man. Anyway, that is Spanish losing to Poles, and I mean, this has just been a really rough series here for poor Barrels. How did Vinch get the tower? You can literally just walk around. So, like, once you punch in, there's a guaranteed space for you to drop the tower behind your opponent's wood line. It's just the way that the map generates. Oh, guys! How much more time left in the set does Barrels have? About Tefiti! On a failed FC, I think instead of going for the super heavy missionary play, you just go for, well, you go for some missionaries, but you go for the siege. You knock down the towers much more quickly. You can get TCs down faster, and then you more slowly open up your map. What Barrels just didn't anticipate was the heavy scout play, which was unfortunate. Yeah, so far, Vinch is having Barrels' number this game. Or the series, rather. Goths? It was very good Goth aggression, for sure. Up! My assignment has been received! Please allow for 2 business days for review and next steps. Alright, guys, here we are. Game number 4. I'm hoping Barrels can put something together. Thanks, Alex. But right now, this man has been looking at dominant AF. Well, Vinch in the red as the Burgundians here to the southwest. And to the east in the blue as the Vikings, it will be Barrels. Classic matchup on this map, the new school hybrid-y water civ versus the old school one, but Vikings, of course, better than ever, really, thanks to them having fire ships and hulks. Early double bit axe, 14 pop. Certainly good stuff there for the Burgundians player. It's a little weird playing early game with Burgundians on water maps because you do want to rush out double bit axe as fast as possible, really on any map with Burgundians. But it's still 50 wood that you're spending, so that delays your first dock a little bit. Now, you do make up the wood very quickly, but it does make it it forces you to adjust your early build a bit. Or Burgundian civ bonus. I mean, they're both good. Vikings are a significantly better water civ as the game goes on, but Burgundians are much better at taking control of the land. And they love having all these relics. They love it! Anyway, more Fisky Mothers coming in, and you can see Barrels will get that one out a bit faster. This is essentially almost a fishing ship ahead. That's a very early T-port there from Vinchester. Because again, that's what the cool kids say. You know, you guys have your Gen Z slang, I have my Ornlu slang. It's way more hip and happening. And that's... What? Guys, fishing lines is a good upgrade, but not a get it after one fishing ship upgrade. Bro thinks he's way. Something like that. He said hip and happening. That's me. I am absolutely hip and happening. Right for gameplay. But is it just not inefficient gameplay? It is cheaper for Burgundians, but even so, you still want... It's 10%, right, for fishing lines? Yeah, they're both the... Fishing lines and guild nuts do the same thing. 10% faster and carry +5. Now, the carry +5 does make things a little bit awkward. In terms of trying to determine when is it most efficient to go for it. The game's closed? Not at all. It's very one-sided. But you would have to imagine it would be at the very earliest 7 or 8 fishing ships, most likely. Maybe 5 or 6. But yeah, definitely not efficient. Anyway, Barles is going to be going for a Metadarm rush here. He is on his way to Feudal Age. Looks like he gets a little bit of a Trapperino right there, so nicely there from Barles. On MS? Oh, is this just the Confuse Ornlu stream? Because you guys are doing a great job. It got trapped in.
Oh.
Top 5? Well, because Lewis occupies spots 1 through 4, the highest you can rank anybody else is 5. Anyway, tower's coming. This is a very common dichotomy we see on this map, where you have the one player who's trying to play that more fast castle-oriented style, double dock fishing ship production, and the other player who's going very aggressive with metadarms. And we don't have Loom in yet. As we all know, researching Loom makes your villagers harder to kill, and those walls are successful. But man, is this getting awkward, because you're not even close to the resources you need to click up here as Vinchester. Oh no. Do I do AoE2 full-time? Right now, I do. I am looking to get more traditional employment, though. Alright. Now, you don't have enough stone for a second tower at the moment as Barles, which does make things a little bit awkward. He also only has the fishing ships as a source of food income right now, so we actually cannot afford constant villager production. You can see right there, 53 seconds idle time. To be top 5? I think after you get through Hera, Leary, Viper, I think it starts to become much more open. Anyway, Feudal Age is finally in here for Vinchester on 44 population. Holy cow. I mean, if you don't die to the tower rush when you're clicking up on 44 population, 32 villagers, that is something. Ornlu Apartment Cup? See, I never actually really loved hosting tournaments. I'd much rather work other people's tournaments. Viper's easily top 3, yeah, he still is completely up there when it comes to consistent tournament results. Other than exactly Leary and Hera, he's still the most consistent finisher. Basement? Do you think my parents have a basement? Nah, I'm in my room, man. Anyway, more fishing ships are on the way here for Barles. He did not get fishing lines, and now is definitely the time when you want to research that upgrade. But guys, 30 seconds to Feudal Age here, and thus far, Vinch is doing a great job of not dying. If it wasn't for Vinch's visa? Yes, but he still did, what, top 4 in TTL, Qualified for the Brazil LAN. And is doing well here. Political realities? Well, it's just expensive. I mean, I guess you could host it in a smaller US city, but like, it just feels extremely expensive. Is he able to, who is he in this case? Vinchester? I think Brazil has fairly lax visa laws. Oh, he caught that! Still think the Men-at-Arms and Scout probably kill that. I think. No, maybe not. Yeah, I don't think Vinch has a problem with Brazil. Land in El Salvador? Now that would be something. Look at it. Okay, got the hit there. Sanctuary? I mean, it was after World War II, but not really in recent years. Although they do have a right-wing government. Then the repair. Alas, alas, alas. Anyway, Castle Age is coming in, and Vinch honestly just doing a fantastic job of surviving this early pressure. He's got Vills on gold there at the back. Cooking here? He's getting cooked here, if that counts. It's Hulk time here on the outside. The Castle Age is going to be in sooner rather than later here for Vinchester. Fishing ship numbers are still very comparable, though. And even once you hit Castle Age, you don't have that much space with which to work. And now a stable coming in for Vinch. He actually needs to get a mill to build a market. And now, Castle Age, going to be in here soon. Forging coming in, going to help both the Hulks and the incoming Knights. Getting mogged. Yes, he's getting absolutely mogged. It is very much poetry in motion. All right, TC coming in. Siege Workshop here as well. He's going to get Husbandry first, so a little bit greedy, but he should be fine. I mean, it's just been a very one-sided series for sure. Tower. Getting some value there. He's literally getting Husbandry and Cavalier before making a single knight. And +1/+1. Oh my goodness. Is straight up better? Because it is. Ram and Monastery coming in. Yeah, for sure. That said, Castle Age is coming in, but the eco difference in favor of our red player is already so stark. And now with these 4 fire ships, he's going to be able to torch the docks super fast. You can see right here, way more of everything collected except stone for Vinchester. Coming in hot. Wait, did he cancel? Oh, this is a visual bug. It says it's a knight here, but it's actually a cavalier here. Interesting. No, University coming in, Bodkin as well. I mean, I'm sure you're going to want to make a switch into longboats as best you can, but this is just, I mean, a shocking result, honestly. Barles did so well in his first round set and then just got bopped in the other two. History will be written. Well, isn't history always being written? Oh, boy. Cavalier getting plenty of value. Pick themselves. Barles is a strategy player, but clearly he's not feeling it. You'd still expect him to do much better. But well done and well deserved there. And Vinch will be making it to the quarterfinals. I mean, not a lot to say, honestly, just really darn impressive play. Don't worry, we have another series. And that means that Vinchester will be going up against Andy, which he played in the very first round of the tournament where he lost 2-3. But yes, it is going to be Hera versus Lewis. Yeah, Andy's been playing super well. Also, we will cast the second set with T-West, so that should be fun. Who is Sing Sing? They have 2.6k viewers. A Dutch English streamer? A Dota player?
I'll go with my phone because I took from the PC. Yeah, we're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work.
Streamer Invitational last year? Ah. Is Grubby just the who's who of streamers or something? Vinch is literally on his phone.
You like this, you know, we can check the games ourselves. So people might check the replays, and then I ask you question about the games because you cannot see the games either because you cannot join Discord, right?
Yeah, that's fine. But
Only Fangs? What?
That's actually how I've done interviews before with the interview, so that's fine. You can show the game as well.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, we always find a way.
Anyway, I'll be back, guys.
And here we are. Let me just put you here. Vinchester, first of all, I want to tell you, congratulations, man. Are you at home? Because...
Yep, right now I'm in Moscow in Russia, playing like a couple games just arrived. So yeah, I mean, that feels good.
Vinchester, you can't play outside anymore. You have to play at home always.
I can't say that I played much better. I think Carlos had not the best day. He can do better for sure, but at the same time I was like at some points my strategies worked. So that was not only because of the plays or setup or anything. I think I just strategically had much better situations. Maybe his strats could work, but the way he executed that was not the best.
Okay, I mean, guys, it's not microphone. We are on mobile, guys. So please, chill. And I'm having the microphone close, the phone close to my microphone, so you have to hear like this. Well, in this game, Sicilians versus Goths, Vinchester, still, I was surprised with both picks, but a smooth play by you. You felt that you got also the better seat?
Well, here it's tricky again, as I said. Maybe if he can execute this different way, maybe that could be better for him. Like first fight was important when they fought with first made two archers. I think I took a good one. I was on the hill for the whole time, so my man attacks could trade against his surgeons. So yeah, I think civilization-wise, that was nothing too surprising. But with the strategy, yeah, Goths just the perfect. Using slow Sicilians, and Goths are very fast there, so it's just very good to use this way.
Okay. Here you can see how he lost one village, so he got not the best Dark Age, as you were talking.
Unfortunate.
Yes.
Mhm.
But man, those fire archers, man. What is this? I mean, this is strategy. It was something that you cook, that you were planning. Like it felt unstoppable.
Yeah, of course, this is my first pick. We not often see Wu as the first pick in the draft, and I was kind of confident. So, of course, I cannot say it's broken or it's too strong, but I just like to play the way. And when I saw Kittens, I was even more confident that I will
Okay.
pick Wu on this map, because I think Kittens a little bit struggle to, like, they don't have a powerful, unique unit to counter it fast. They need to. They cannot just make the siege as Barless did. I think this is just lack of experience to play against this unit. Siege is not that great because they are kind of like Magyars. Yeah, of course you can kill them, but at the same time, even here it's just a terrible position for me. But even from this position, I will be able to snipe this
Yeah.
Mangara, I mean rocket card. So that's amazing.
Yeah. Is the skirmishes an option against these units? Especially
for sure.
skins from
Uh,
Kittens also.
Yeah, but it's hard to get there,
True.
especially when you focus on water. So that's the main power of this unit. So it's not unbeatable, but at the same time, it's not that easy to kill it. Same like, for example, Kongs or any other unique unit. You just need to keep in mind that you cannot counter it with like one siege workshop or one monastery.
And we need to remind people that in the best of 7, the first 2 picks are hidden. So he could pick this civilization as well. It's about the strategies that every player prefer. And you got one way and he got another. And in this one, I have enjoyed this game and this map a lot. I believe you enjoy probably more than me.
Yeah, I like it. With the balls was kind of confident with what I'm doing. I practiced that a couple times. There actually, I wonder, he has like 500 more reds collected. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I think I had a really bad build order. At that point, he even sent 5 villagers. I thought he wants to will fight my tower, so I sent 5-6 wheels, and that, as you can see, I had a lot of wood. That delayed me a lot, but at the same time, I managed to build a forward base with these wheels. Took a lot of wood, so in the end, I think positionally, this game was impossible to lose for me.
And check now resources collected for you.
Oh yeah.
It changed completely. You know that it's the first time in the whole tournament that has been picked this civilization? Never was picked before.
I didn't know that. Actually, I expected Barlos to pick this tip for one of the other maps, and because I think he kind of likes it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I was kind of expecting that. So yeah, I kept in mind that I might pick balls if there will be Basmo. So that was a little bit kind of planned. So maybe I would pick this tip even
Don't
in
give
some other conditions.
Vinchester, don't give too much information. The opponents are watching.
About Barlos, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, but the opponents are watching. Anyway, at this point, when you have this amount of light caps, you were flying with the resources, 5k more, you knew that this game was completely over.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard for him to defend the castle. There is just no place for siege for the Mangonel, so eventually it will die to ramps. So I'll push the bottom side. Also, there is no way for him to push the middle side. Even if he will play helps, I think I can play light caps because he'll be out of wood at some point.
And
So
then
there is mostly no win conditions.
And then we go to this game that has to be incredibly frustrated for Bals because he tried to get into your base, but you said, not today, Bals.
Yeah, exactly. This is impossible. How Scout can be trapped at that tile?
Okay.
It's just, he even tried. There is no need to build a palisade.
Yeah.
This guy's just trapped.
Yeah,
He
but
think.
with that scout loss, did you change your plan in this game, or you were doing exactly what you wanted?
Actually, that was an amazing thing there because he garrisoned like 3-4 fish. I could see that. So that means he has no second dock. So I realized there will be some forward aggression just a couple seconds before it actually started.
What?
I think the main mistake, I had no loom. So
Yeah. You didn't lose anything.
Just go in with this man at arms.
But
well,
Pinch, with that detail with the dock, you realized that he was going to come forward?
yeah, because otherwise there would be a second dock and all the fish already would be there. It's only like maximum 2. I mean, I cannot see more than 2-3 fish be close to the first dock at that point. So yeah, that was kind of expected. But again, it didn't help me because it was like 1-2 seconds. But maybe like me, I was there with the scream, so I quick called my villager. But I understood that because of that.
That's amazing. That's really amazing. Well, you then, in this position, you were feeling, hey, if I reach castle is in a comfortable position like you did, you were feeling that you were having the game already?
I know that they should have much more risk collected, much better economy, but at the same time, if he managed to make like some kind of perfect build order, he can somehow manage to go for castle age as well, then maybe there is some chances for him to give me a good play, but at the same time, I think Vikings are not the great fight on the land. So Barlos was, I think he played this map once and he played with Burgundians. That's why I picked them early here, because I think they are kind of good. So I think he was kind of not ready to play that with Vikings, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, is this, I mean, also, I believe it's happening in Age of Empires, right? Well, in life, in everything, but it felt, as you say, that it was not a clean day for Bals. And when that happened and it come from the start, it kind of snowballed for yourself in how you are feeling also that day playing?
You mean
For Bals?
Me,
No, for the player in general. When you don't start your series good, you have not the best.
Yeah, Freerun is a wonderful, wonderful anime. Rocks the broccoli cut. Oh no. Every day I feel more or less in tune with the kids. Uesugi Kenshin is not one of the players. Oh, is it Sporkle time? Trios of U.S. cities. Interesting. Accessed along I-5. Just... these are state capitals. LA, San Diego, Seattle. Yeah. Yeah, that I-5 is the California one. Buffalo, Dallas, Washington, D.C. One day. No, the first Die Hard took place in L.A., so one of them has to be L.A. Both sides. Presidential assassinations? Yeah. Trying to think if Garfield or McKinley died in Buffalo. These should be along the Mississippi River. Right. El Paso, San Diego. These are border cities. NYC, Philly, Providence, served as capitals, I guess? I don't know where the U.S. mints are. Denver, Philly, San Francisco. No, the Ivy League is only Northeast. That's the mint one? Ah. Atlanta, LA, St. Louis. Yeah, this is the Summer Olympics. LA, New York, DC. This is probably Die Hard. KC, Oakland, Philly. I guess it's home to the Athletics. NYC, Philly, Washington. Yeah, these are the ones that have actually been the U.S. capital. Cleveland, Detroit, Houston. Never been to the Super Bowl. Miami, Philly, Pittsburgh. Miami Marlins, Philadelphia Phillies, Pittsburgh Pirates. Cleveland, Milwaukee, Chicago, all Great Lakes. Denver, Flagstaff, Santa Fe are all above sea level. And oh yeah, NYC, Philly, Providence, Columbia, Penn, and Brown. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, that's a good one. Oak League? Nope. Capitals by length. What? O, Q, and R? Oh, what? Oh my goodness. Yeah, Oslo. Oh, I just need one? 5. Ito. Ottawa is 7. Ottawa? Ottawa. Amsterdam? Amsterdam doesn't start with O, Q, or R. Amsterdam. Yeah, 11's Ouagadougou, though. Ramallah. That's not a UN-recognized state right there. That's not a thing now? It is not a thing. It's also Yangon. Double True, thank you so much for the sub with Twitch Prime! Welcome to the Wolf Pack. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf, and friends. Iceland? I mean, I struggle to think of anything that fast. We can do our gritty then. Unique tech affects 3 unit lines, has 10 or more letters in Civ name, has heavy scorp, has both hand cannons and bombards cannons. Fully upgraded scout cavalry line loses a 1v1 no microfight to a fully upgraded Teuton scout cavalry. Oh, thanks, Double Truth. Rio was Brazil's capital before it was moved to Brasilia. Melee Unique Unit does not have a shield. Alright, so this is going to be pretty limited. Or still, no. So many games. Vietnamese lose to So they do. No shield. Yep. That works. Arquebus, bombard cannons, hand cannoneers, organs cannon. Okay, that's not it. Do Byzantines count? They have a shield. It's just on their back. Okay, they count. Yep. Oh, whoop, Romans. Portuguese, Vietnamese, Byzantines. Yeah, Teutons work here. Dravidians, Medical Corps. Yes, Dravidians. Yes, good call there. All right, 3 unit lines. Yeah, it's Ethiopians. Good call. No? Oh yeah, Showtails have a shield on their... Only elite Showtails have a shield on their back. Byzantines? Greek fire effects, fire ships and Drummonds and bombard towers, yeah. Lame. Frontier guards? It's just camels and elephant archers. And Kshatriyas is like almost anything. Yep, good call. Nice job, chat. And it is in my heart. And my axe. Alright, so Gurjaras, Britons, Bohemians, and Malay. Oh my goodness, guys. Waffle, indeed. Secret country? The secret country in time on their proximity. Okay, so it's like Worldle. 197? Alright, Iraq. Pakistan. Oh, that's far. Oh, okay. Romania. France. Iceland. Ireland. Okay. Spain. Netherlands. What? Cuba? This is so weird. It's very close to Cabo Verde. How many countries over it is? So if I did like Venezuela. What? Okay, this is stupid. Yeah. My Pokemon knowledge is okay, but it's mostly gonna be the older ones. Man, it went pretty well. What's Pokidoku? Have I done it before? Oh yeah, I think I've done this one. But the thing is, I'm not very good at thinking of like the newer ones, and like everyone's guessing the older ones. Oh, jeez. Oh, this is all the new stuff. I saw a post that was like Pat Rat was like one of the least common Pokemon ever. Wolu. Isn't that... I remember... Isn't Grimmsnarl... Yeah, I used that in one of my playthroughs. Legendary... I don't even remember them. Eternus. Eternamax! Oh my goodness, guys. Monotype, legendary. Lechonk. Oh yeah, good old Lechonk. What a great name. Begun? Nope. Oh, it's Tornadus. Oh, my bad. Yeah, my bad. Anopossum? It's Anopossum in English. Man, the legendaries are all so forgettable. Dark. Umbreon! There's the Eevee girl. What? Nah. You absolutely can get an Umbreon. There's the villain girl has all of her evolutions. Use the Dunsparce. I mean, to be fair, anything that involves Dunsparce is glorious. Wrong slot. Oh my goodness. McDonald's snack plus drink. Starbucks. Sandwich, Subway. Chipotle. Oh, is that Taco Bell? Chick-fil-A. Burger King.
Need better sleep? We can help.
What?
It's
No.
Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale.
Go away.
Save up to $700 on top.
Go away. KFC, I guess so. Speaking of KFC, though. Burger bigger than... Oh, Wendy's. Snack and sweets. Dunkin'. Pizza Hut. Domino's. It's literally in the US, so... My personal favorite, Popeyes. Chinese, Panda, Little Caesar. Is it spelled like, I don't know. Little... Oh, Caesar, say... There we go. Spoilos Hermanos? Oh, yes. Oh, Popeyes not on there. That's a Chicago one. Oh, Wings? Wing... Stop. Doba. There. Ah, Panera's up there. In and out. In and out. Yep. It's Five Guys is actually from the DC area. It's good quality, but it's so absurdly overpriced that it's never worth it having. Auntie Anne's? Wawa doesn't, I don't really think counts. Oh yeah, White Castle. Bake and Shake. Dunsparce, yes. Yep, Shake. Guess Shake Shack doesn't count? Dairy Queen, yep. A&W. Yep. Papa John's. Sparrow. Sparrow's not up there? Oh, we have Pizza Hut already. I don't think B-Dubs counts. Whataburger? Never even had Whataburger. Still haven't started the draft, guys. Ah, yes, the glorious Culvers. Portillo's? Aww. Waterburger. Yeah, it is. It's all over Michigan at least. Stretch it out somehow, yeah. Jason's? Jason's Deli, never heard of it. We already have Chipotle. See, I'm not really a huge fast food guy, so this isn't really my specialty. Oh yeah, Arby's. I think we already have Quiznos, don't we? Publix is a grocery store. Cookout? I don't think so. No. Cookout? Nope. Pizza? No. I have never heard of that. Red Robin, I think, is more fast casual. Oh yeah, Jersey Mike's. We have Little Caesars, the ice cream one. Baskin Robbins. Nope. Olive Garden, I think, is also fast casual. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like what I pass on the street. Oh yeah, Raising Cane's. Oh, the glorious Waffle House. There's no way Waffle House isn't in the 50 biggest ones. Nope. Nope. I think that's also fast casual. We have Sonic. People go fight it? Yeah. It's just America. Yeah, that's the caveat. Denny's also, I think, is more fast casual diner style. Zaxby's. Check it. I've never heard of that. Abbott? Hobbit? Nope. American Citizen Test. Considering I've barely heard of most of these places, I would be doing very poorly. Jim Boy? Hardee's. Carl's Jr. Yep, gotta have one or the other. Literally never heard of it. Firehouse, don't we have that? I think we have that already. Yeah, Dairy Queen actually originally is a burger place. Well, honestly, we did fairly well. Yeah, there's churches. That's a Chicago thing, I think. Sell ice cream? That's what they're more known for now. Oh yeah, Jack in the Box. And Jimmy John. Oh, come on. As someone from Illinois, I should have had Jimmy John's. Jack in the Box. That's like a Texas thing, isn't it? Oh, I thought we put in McAllister's. Baskin Robbins, Boston Market, Bojangles, El Pollo Loco. I've never heard of that. I go to non-chain restaurants way more often. Should have had Bojangles, yeah. We did fairly well, honestly. We do need the LPH. Oh my goodness, they started the draft. Oh my god. Yeah, we need to slow it down. Come on, ma'am. Baby girl names? Oh, geez, I'd be so bad at this. But we do have them in Texas? Oh, okay. I thought In-N-Out was the California one. Maybe they're both California. Kaylee tragedy. Murder weapons? You know what? Sure. Why not? Gun. Knife. Blunt weapon? Bat? Okay, yeah, they're blunt objects. Tire iron? Oh, car. Does a car not count? Golf club? No. Oh yeah, poison. Fist. Ah, punch him. Yeah, cars, it doesn't count apparently. Or vehicle. No, it doesn't count. You can't. Can you murder someone with an animal? No. Bomb. Explosives. Fire. Arson. Narcotics. Drowning. Choking. I don't think drowning would count separately. No. An horse arson. Hanging? I think that's also strangulation. By the way, if you don't know the difference between choking and strangling, choking is what happens if it's inside your throat, and strangling is if it happens outside your neck. Pushing. Falling. I mean, it's 105. It's more common than strangulation. No, the drowning doesn't count. Electrocution? I can't spell that. Oh, drowning was on there. Got it wrong. They are saying it wrong. It's actually strangle me, daddy. That's actually correct. Administration. Electrocution. Nope. Objects? I think that's like a stabbing weapon. Bow and arrow? Starvation? That would be tragic. Battle axe is, probably a cutting instrument. Bombard cannon. Oh, that's, I think, medication? Nah. Neglect? I think neglect is legally distinct. Stabbing object? Yeah, knives and cutting instruments. No, cars apparently don't count. Oh, like that was one of my first thoughts. I wonder what it is. Asphyxiation? I guess that's like smothering somebody with a pillow, right? Blunt object? Maybe. Asphyxiation is blocking somebody from breathing. Choking and strangulation. More positive? Oh. Oh my goodness. Monte Cristo? BB barbecue or pulled pork? Grilled cheese sub? Oh, that's a cheesesteak. Okay, they better have Italian beef on there. I don't even see it. Oh, come on. Front ship is not Italian beef. Reuben. Oh, hamburger. PB and J. Hot dog. Is that Chicago style hot dog? Oh. Oh, BLT. Meatball. Sloppy Joe. Shrimp? No? Oh. Cookie. Ice cream. Yeah. There's no panini here. Oh. Fluffernutter, is that it? Yeah, it's a Fluffernutter. Oh, that's a Dagwood sandwich. I mean, it's like a bacon something. Bacon buddy. Fluffernutter? It's peanut butter and marshmallow. It sounds gross. I've never had it. Oh, club. Caprese. Where's their avocado toast? Melt? Ah, it is banh mi. Couldn't really tell. Tuna melt, okay. Oh, oh boy. Mozzarella. Nope. We have tuna already. Hmm. I don't think that's a sandwich. That's a soup. A delicious soup. Ham and egg, I guess, yeah. Chicken nana. Ah, there's the Cuban right there. Nope. Thanksgiving? A gobbler? What the heck? I've never heard of that. Well, let's see what we missed. That's true. Elvis? Hot brown. Oh, caprese. I thought we did that. Caprese. Oh, my bad. Spelling not the best. Salads. I know. I always thought it was a salad. Gonna be starting on about te fiti. A Civ with discount on stable units, but no bloodlines? No. Let's scrandle. What? What am I supposed to do? Like, which one do you like more, or what? Oh. The Snoop Dogg 5 sugar donuts? Cheeseburger. What? Sausage. I mean, is it like this specific one? Calamari or cheesy nacho? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, this looks way better. I mean, it's just like what looks better. Or steak roll. Ooh. Fashion. I don't even know what that is. That was so weird. Don't worry, I'm sure. I'm literally my coffee's gone cold, guys. Oh my goodness. Be right back. Oh my goodness.
That started. Is Ornlu joining our call? There he is.
I am.
Chat, can you hear Ornlu? For some reason, I can't see the audio thing in Discord. There we go. We have all the intellectuals now are combined.
Oh boy.
Dave? Oh my gosh, Ornlu, Dave is muted.
I mean, you're intellectuals. I don't really think of my chat being very intellectual at all.
I do.
It's okay to be wrong sometimes. Okay, we're in the lobby! So, what took
All
longer,
right.
T-West? That series or the break between it?
I think the break. I think we have confirmed that live drafts are a bad idea.
Uh-huh.
All right, so it'll be Tafiti, Hera versus Lewis. And it's good to... Oh, Ornlu's sound is higher than mine? Okay, I can turn
As
it down.
it should be.
Oh boy, I just turned him down a bit. Let me know if we have some imbalances. I can keep adjusting. As I said, Ornlu, you and I know what it's like to beat Hera.
Absolutely.
Because we did beat him 2 versus 1. When we had the downside of we had to wait 2 minutes.
Was it 2 minutes?
Before we could move any of our units.
I thought it was 1 minute.
It was 2 minutes.
Oh, wow.
And I think we might have changed it to 1:45 at some point. I don't think that really mattered, though.
Yeah.
It was 2.
Alrighty.
I remember the first game went about as horrible as it could have been for the Civ matchups because he got Georgians.
Yes.
And the final 2 games we won.
Well, if you got Georgians back when Georgians were, like, the best.
Yeah, back when they were even stronger. So, Linton, thank you for the follow. And, well, do you think Lewis can do it? Can Lewis be the player to knock Hera out? I've had Nego Jama in the chat cheering for his Onimaru player. And I know the Onimaru players have been practicing because of the way they've been sending me bug reports about maps.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? Because Hera has been splitting his time with Warcraft, and he looked not great in the series versus Sebastian.
I mean, he looked awful. He made ballista elephants for no reason.
That game was just Hera throwing it right out a window. I still don't think Hera's going to lose, though. Hera's never lost when it's actually counted for a very long time.
I mean, he did lose some A-tier events. Are you saying those don't count?
Not in the eyes of Hera, Mr. Moneybags.
I mean, if you care about money, I mean, the $14,000 from winning Warlords, he's probably better off just, like, doing coaching rather than spending time on Warlords.
That's
I mean,
true.
as much as this $70,000 prize pool, and you split it up among players, there are, like, maybe 2 or 3 people in Age of Empires for whom they probably have a bigger streaming system than they get tournament prize pools, but Hera definitely is there.
Yeah, definitely.
As it's like T90's probably better off casting his uncle than he is casting tournament games.
That is the world we live in. Well, hopefully we'll get into this in just a moment, guys. We're going to be starting on about Tafiti, which is, funnily enough, the last map we saw. But since we have these deeper drafts, are we going to be seeing something other than Vikings for Lewis? Nope.
Ooh, we are not. It's going to be Bengalis Vikings. But no Dravidians and no Italians for Hera on what is basically the only water map. Of the hybrid maps, Crossroads is probably the most land-focused of them all. Which means Dravidians or Vikings, Dravidians or Italians will be used somewhere else.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting that it's one of the most terrestrial map pools we have.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
I know, I love it. So we'll have to see here. 1:15, and the Hera lobby will start. And I think everybody's just really interested to see what Hera shows up today, or rather, which Hera shows up today.
Yeah, will it be the Warcraft 3 Hera, or will it be the Vitality Hera? There we go, I had to remember the team name.
Well, it's like asking who's going to show up, the Viper or Viper?
Oh, Viper has many hats these days he can wear when he shows up.
Indeed.
So, Bengalis, this could be FC Rathas.
It could. It does feel like one of those matchups where Bengalis are going to have a big advantage on land in mid-game, so Vikings are either going to play full water or a men-at-arm rush in the same way that we saw attempted from Barles in the last series.
Yeah, when Barles did that, he really didn't have any water control, though. And I think that kind of backfired, because if you don't have the water and the land, then your opponent just booms on the outside.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We are just about to get going, guys. Thank you for your patience through the long wait, but we are now going to be good to go.
And loading in.
Yep, and then we have to set up the scoreboard, which I always forget about right before we start a series.
Boom. All right, well, we will have Tafiti as game number 1. Lewis will be the Red Vikings to the northwest, Hera, the Blue Bengalis to the southeast. And this is an elimination match, so whoever loses is out of the tournament. Hera finally losing 3-0 to Sebastian in the winners match earlier. Will face Lewis and engage in a scout fight right away. Who wins this? Same HP. Lewis can move a Vil and they disengage.
Yep, just going to be willing to move away for the time being, but because the scout has lost a fair bit of HP, that is going to make any villager who is out going to build a dock a little bit safer, especially as it's just going to be one extra tap needed to kill that scout cavalry. Will we see a trap here? Doesn't look like it, and we are just going to be on our merry way here in game number 1. I gotta ask to you, West, do you think that Lewis will pull off the upset?
I do not. But
there you go. That's my man. Ruin everybody's hopes and dreams. That's how I like it.
We will be brutally honest, but we will also have the same hopes and dreams that Lewis will knock Hera out of his S-tier win streak. So Hera was participating in a Warlords tournament, a Warcraft tournament.
He was also participating in a Warlords tournament. That's not wrong.
He was participating in both. And apparently it was double elimination where he lost in the first round, made a loser's bracket run, and then reverse swept the finals.
Indeed, and that is just Hera right there, right? He does have that winner's mentality. Always has that confidence that he can win whatever situation he's in, which has absolutely been earned over time. But let's see if he can bring it back here to AoE 2, because although he did lose in the that last round against Sebastian, that is Sebastian who is, an Ascendant player at the moment. Lewis also another Ascendant player, but I think most people would argue not quite at Sebastian's level yet.
Ascendant? I would call him Ascending.
Ascending? No, at least he's not a Descending player.
Yeah, he's not like Viper.
No. Well, House coming in now here on the side for Lewis. Just going to try and get himself walled up nice and early. I do not see a barracks yet, so nothing that indicates an early men-at-arms rush. And none of that weird stuff that we saw from Vinchester. It was one fishing ship, a transport ship, and then fishing lines.
Well, I mean, you're Burgundians. You can do interesting stuff with fishing lines, right? But maybe,
yeah, but not for one fishing
Lewis...
ship. There's no way it's worth it for one fishing ship.
Maybe, though. Maybe Lewis. Here's what he could do. He saw the men-at-arms and saw how they didn't quite work out last game, and how Barles didn't have water control. What if he goes FC with the Vikings, but instead of a men-at-arms rush, he does a long swordsman rush while going long boats. Long boats, long swords, both of them long at the same time.
Indeed. Well, I think his odds of winning the game are quite long indeed at that point. Yeah, because then you just go for defensive monks and then you win the video game. But for the time being, Lewis is making sure he's nice and safe, as is Hera, and neither player really all that interested in doing anything too aggressive. So we already have the dock on the outside here for Hera. Lewis is just about to start his as well. There we go. And thus far, both players more or less mirroring each other.
Yep, and on the inside there are tons of tiny shorefish, but shorefish are collected much more slowly than are the big, delicious deep fish. So both players will transport to the outside islands for docks more towards the corners. where there are tons and tons of fish everywhere under the rocks, above the sea, in the ocean.
Above the
And-
sea? There are fish above the sea? That's pretty terrifying.
They jump. They jump out of the water, Ornlu. Come on, don't you know your AoE 2 graphics? They jump out of the water, wherein they are briefly above the sea.
Very, very briefly above the sea. Oh, boy. Well, so far, nothing terribly exciting happening. I do think that Bengalis and Vikings are also civs in general that want to play towards Castle Age as much as possible. I think the real question is going to be, what is Lewis going to do to make sure he doesn't just get pushed on the land? Because Vikings are so awful in early Castle Age on a map like this, due to not having good monks or knights or any siege bonus, whereas Bengalis are fantastic.
Well, monks and knights both kind of lose to Rathas, don't they? It feels like Vikings might want to go skirms, where, I mean, they have good skirms. And then they could go skirm, has capture age loads, and maybe skirm plus mangonel?
But can you go for a skirm defense here? This is like, you know, if you're both clicking up to Castle Age really fast, I mean, you're already on 38 population when you click up to Feudal Age as Lewis. You can't realistically go for, like, skirms plus longboats, and you do need to commit to water to some degree.
I mean, the question is just, what does Hera do with the Rathas, right? Does he mine stone and go for a castle? Because Ratha plus Siege, if you go Ratha Mangonel, it's kind of like Conk Mangonel. Those two units have Mangonels to kill skirms and a unique unit to kill everything else, and they just kind of dominate no matter what the Vikings can do, and there are very few civs that can actually fight that properly. So if we see full FC Rathas from Hera, as we might with the Bengalis, then Lewis might lose the land. Oh, we have a pause. Do you think there's lag? Is there
Hera
lag in
says
the pause?
lag. Major lag. One might even say lagry.
It says lag in all caps, major lag, ready. Yes. All
Let's
right.
lag read
so
up, guys.
everyone, you get your chats out of your system. Oh, type the lag. Let's read in the chat. I know you want to. Get it out of the system. Get your copy pastas ready.
Oh,
There's
for
some
sure.
major lag. No minor lag, just major lag.
Indeed, there are no minor chords here. It is all bombastic major chords.
And all right, Scout is forward for Hera, being chased by Lewis. Oh, Lewis? Is the transport ship faster than the Scout? Oh, no, it's not. It's not. Okay. I was thinking you could Masterpiece transport to catch the Scout. Oh, nice block by Lewis, and he kills the Scout.
Funnily enough, transport ships are one of the few ships that did not have their movement speed change with the water rework. It's always been 1.45, I think.
Well, basically all the other ships got a lot faster, right?
Yeah, most of them did. Also, transport ships became one of the more tanky ships to just made of paper mache. Went from 4-8 armor and 100 HP to 0-2 and 70 HP.
Oh yeah, they got so much HP and armor stripped from them. That's sad for them. Like the opposite of the fishing ship. These things are tanks now, these fishing ships.
Well, they have 10 less HP and 3 less pierce armor, but they do have 1 melee armor.
Yeah, but galleys don't kill them anymore. And now they can hide in docks.
Well, that's more of a galley change, I think, than a fishing ship change.
So stone mine here for Hera, and looks like indeed with the market he might be wanting to go for the Rathas. There's Castle Age for him, and then Hera needs to decide how much does he commit to water and to keeping his fishing ships alive against longboats from the Vikings. Hera will have ships that heal, so maybe he has a chance on the water, but I still have no idea what ship to make to fight longboats. Maybe just pure galleys.
Yeah, longboats are
Maybe
quite
fires.
tough to deal with. You definitely don't want hulks, as
No.
the longboats having the sort of low base attack spread out across multiple arrows actually matches up very well versus the low pierce armor of the hulks. They are a bit better versus fire ships, but fire ships still counter the longboats at least fairly well. The issue is then when you get the longboat plus hulk combo or longboat plus fire, then that
Right.
becomes quite tough to stop. But the big question is just going to be on the land here. This castle drop is pretty un-Hera-like. Pretty interested in it.
Well, I mean, Lewis has no land military. It's not like he can stop Hera if he goes forward for a drop right on his face. Unless he anticipates it and maybe does a workshop right away and gets the mangonel out, but that might even be too slow.
Well, he is at the very least up to Castle Age slightly faster, but yeah, I mean, Hera's just not the type of guy to normally go for a super heavy, aggressive castle drop play. In general, he's normally much more economic, much more passive, much more focused on cheap units that he can also expand his eco behind, not a heavy committal unit like the Ratha. So, Lewis is going to be in Castle Age, he's going to upgrade the ships that he does have, and then make that transition over into the longboats.
Yep, and medium warships... What do you think of medium warships when you have longboats? Do you think it's necessary to click that, or can you just skip it and go pure longboat?
Well, I think it's just a matter of how many feudal age ships you have. With 9 feudal age ships, it's absolutely worth it. Medium warships is not a very expensive upgrade. It's only, what, 200 wood, 100 gold?
And then you can use your fire ships to push docks a bit more readily.
Indeed, and there we go. Timing right here for medium warships. Hera's going to have to scooch back a little bit, but he does have the garrison ability there for the docks, and that fire ship is taking a ton of damage, and those will be among the first kills of the game. But Hera here at the front. The scout has, well, scouted, but I mean, as we're saying, what can you really do here if you're Lewis?
Yeah, especially since he only has 100 stone. I think he sold that to go up. Yep, he did, so he can't even do the tower to stop the castle that never works.
Well, that's really just saving him in the long run, because now he doesn't have to invest more into a losing play. So he is going to have to Dunkirk these villas out of here, and he will be expanding to the outside. And this is kind of the dynamic I think we were expecting. Hera playing more for the middle, Vikings playing more towards the outside, and as we've seen fairly consistently on this map, the outside play definitely has an advantage.
Yeah, and Lewis, since he is from the UK, he is very well experienced at Dunkirking the vills.
Indeed. Although he is the Vikings, so you'd think that it would be sort of like the opposite, right? The Vikings getting their ships there so before the Anglo-Saxons drive them into the sea.
Well, maybe he can drive Hera off of the sea now that he has some longboats, fires, and warhulks, all fighting together against Hera. And Hera, as you said, really cannot go for the warhulks with how effective the longboats are at destroying them.
Yeah, and as we so often see, it is that galley or longboat plus fireship combo that really reigns supreme here in the mid-game on the water, and I think even late game as well, although we have less data for that. But as well as Lewis might be doing on the water, he will have to deal with the wrath of Hera's army.
You have the Rathas from Hera, and Hera's going to pick up the relics in the middle. There are 3 relics right here on the rock terrain in the middle, then 4 more on the outside. So if Lewis is focusing the outside, he could maybe start pushing into the docks. He has a lot of longboats and fires. That feels like a scary armada he's amassing. Oh, is there an Insta? There was an Insta.
A full-blown Insta. Not even an Insta, just a full-on Insta.
Alright, well that is good for now having a melee unit to stop the elephant ram.
Indeed, and now look at this. Longboats are coming in, sniping some stray fishing ships, pausing the game. Hera lost those 2 fishing ships due to lag. Lag again, sigh. Gonna stream my POV for admin to see. Oh my goodness.
Won't that be increasing the lag if he's got a stream?
Yes, it would.
But okay. Hera, like me, knows what it's like to have bad internet, I would assume.
Well, longboats are fleeing for the time being. The armored elephant is here looking to apply pressure to the buildings. The 3 relics are already very nice for Hera, but so far, Lewis taking some good engagements on the water. He's going to add that additional TC on the outside, and this is certainly shaping up the way I think we really expected in the very beginning.
Well, it's actually lag. It is actually lag. Wouldn't the streaming increase the lag more? Yes. Okay. ICAG. He just wants to go to IKEA, but he assembled the furniture wrong.
It's the instructions, man. It's always that happy Swedish guy that makes you so confused. All right, but the longboat numbers are climbing here. There is no ballistics upgrade in yet, but that's still enough to keep Hera a little weary of trying to take an engagement. And thus far, Lewis is still at least able to use his TC on the mainland. So it is in practice still 3 TCs versus 1 here in favor of our red player.
Yeah, and he can continue ferrying those units back and forth to the islands if need be, even doing a university on the outside. Maybe he just has to be careful that his market and blacksmith are in the middle and he'll have to rebuild them at some point. But this could be a game where Lewis with the Vikings takes the outside, Hera has the inside, And Hera has more wood, but Lewis has more golden stone and fish.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying in the beginning, and the fact is, we almost always see the person on the outside have a big advantage. The trees have 150 wood on them, and although that is true for all of the trees, so it's like even more wood in the middle, you run out of gold and stone in the middle far before the person on the outside runs out of wood. So the sort of...
Oh, I never even realized that.
Yeah. So, it's what I'm here for, man. Oh, wait, don't run into the enemy navy like that. Lewis, what are you doing? What are you doing? Ugh.
Oh, he's not patrolling. Lewis not patrolling. But he's not patrolling his fires either. They need to fight.
Oh, my goodness.
Lewis, this is not a good fight.
I mean, it's not good for Hera either. He's just sailing away with the fire ships. What is this?
Oh, what is this micro? Well, it's just because Hera is dominating Lewis's main TC on land. Lewis will be losing a mangonel to the melee Rathas. Rathas can maybe try to shoot at the transport ship. Lewis will be losing his TC. Hera pushing with the elephants.
Oh, my goodness.
And
Oh!
the transport! Oh, it gets the villas dropped off.
Oh, that lady did not get Dunkirk effectively. What was it in the movie? Was it Tom Hardy who was left behind?
I never saw the movie.
It was a good one. It was a good one.
I should see that. Oppenheimer was also a movie. I haven't seen movies in a while. I should
I
watch
haven't
some
either.
movies.
I actually think Dunkirk was the last movie I saw in theaters. Now that I really think about it.
Dunkirk was the last thing Ornlu saw as the transport sailed away and he was left in France.
Indeed, indeed. Well, longboat numbers are still climbing. You got siphons coming in here for Hera. That's going to be quite nice against the stacked up longboats. Lots of dance in here for the fleet. Ballistics in for both players. And right now, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think Hera is actually still going to need a way to win on the water, and that's going to be tough against the Vikings.
Yes, well, especially with Lewis. Look at that micro he can perform when he isn't lagging.
I think it's his lag switch he turned on. Just like the old Xbox days.
The Xbox. Oh, you can play on Xbox now.
It's
Is
true.
Lewis playing on Xbox? You can play on Mac soon, but not against PC players.
Indeed. So, I don't know how you're going to find matches easily, but you know what? Good for them.
Imagine the seasickness you would get being on those longboats. And thank you, Blottos, for the follow. And yeah, no show earlier. Oh, man. Oh, but we have careening now for Hera. Extra armor for his ships. And his KD, 49 to 30, is great. He has more res collected. He has, for the most part, kept fishing ships alive. And now he'll start doing a TC on the outside, too. So if he can have middle plus outside and get the balance right, that'll be good.
Yeah, and this has really been an issue for Lewis ever since he took that poor fight earlier when losing a decent blob of his longboats. Now, Hera, he doesn't need to invest anything more into the middle. He's already won it. So now he gets all the benefits of the middle without having any further investment needed, and he can put all of his efforts now on the outside, and Lewis is just going to immediately tap out as Hera takes game number 1.
He does, and Lewis not going to try to survive on the outside.
The thing is, he's losing on the outside, too. He's just losing everywhere.
Yeah, so Hera with the Bengalis pushes Lewis in the middle. And longboats were not enough for Lewis. Hera, fire plus war galley. I guess that's the best thing you can do against Vikings. Holds on the outside while pushing and destroying Lewis in the middle. And
Well,
a pretty simple game
I think
one
fire
Bengali push.
At least in my getting to this point, quite significant experience pushing or playing water in mid game, it really does seem like fire plus galley is that correct combo to go for.
And there is a win for Hera. That'll be the very first picks for both of them, Bengalis and Vikings.
Indeed it is, and we will have to see what game number 2 is going to have in store for us. But that's certainly the Hera that we expected to see showing up here in the elimination match here in Warlords. And we'll have to see what Lewis is going to go for. His number 1 home map is Marshwood.
Ooh. And also, Hera's number 1 home map is Arena.
Yeah, it's pretty glorious.
It's very glorious. I'm glad he starts picking Arena now. I've missed the days when we had proper games of Arena.
Although usually it's like somebody going for, an all-in civ and somebody going for a boom civ, so it's not like the true fun arena where it's either a complete boom fest or a complete clown fest.
I don't know if I've been watching Dave stream too much recently because now I'm just on I alt tabbed to update my overlay, and on one of my browser tabs I have just the AoE2 category open on Twitch, but it's playing an ad, and the ad is for a guy or some razors, and a guy is bald and just shaving his head.
Oh no.
Maybe I'm watching too much Viper, but like why am I having this ad?
I never know why I get the Twitch ads that I do.
I still enjoy that PSA I got from the
Yes.
Department of Transportation on your stream of not parking on the train tracks. That was my favorite.
Oh, yes.
So Marshwood will be the next map.
And, I mean, you do have plenty of civs from which to choose. That said, Hera has actually a lot of good aggressive civs. Dravidians, Ethiopians, Malay are always good. Portuguese are always good. Lewis, meanwhile, nothing that immediately screams like men-at-arms, super aggro forward civ.
Yeah, no Celts. No, nothing screaming men-at-arms.
Nah.
We really need the Celts to scream men-at-arms. So we will have the second time today, again, that we've seen Marshwood. The first time was Goths Sicilians, which probably plays out completely differently than any of the civs these players have. I doubt we'll see the instant barracks. Last time Lewis played this map, I think it was Heavy Scout, so I wouldn't even be surprised to see Magyars from him.
I mean, it is still an open map, and Magyars are always going to be a viable option on the open map. Same with Wei. And same with Huns, actually. And same with Mapuche. Or Vietnamese. I mean, like, there's just so many different good aggressive civs here. Because if you look at the overall map pool, Kilimanjaro, Border Dispute, African Clearing, all have very similar civs that are effective on them.
Yeah, there are a lot of berries in the middle, so this might be Hera using Portuguese for the berries.
Or Mapuche for Lewis to Mari it up.
And it'll be neither of those.
Yeah.
It's Ethiopians for Hera and Magyars for Lewis.
This is like Arabia Civ matchup circa 2017 or something like that.
Were the Ethiopians even good in 2017?
I mean, Ethiopians are pretty similar to what they are now, and it was just better.
Yeah. They had Halb at one point. Maybe they still had Halb then.
I mean, they always had Halb. It's just a matter of whether they got it for free or not.
Yeah, I mean free Halb, because they get free pikemen still, but they no longer get free Halb.
Yeah, they haven't had that for a very long time now.
And with all the power creep, maybe they should.
I mean, I would say just nerf the better civilizations and to around the level of Ethiopians, because I think Ethiopians are pretty
Fair
close
enough.
to what I would consider a perfectly balanced and designed civ.
Remember when Malians had Halb? That was
I do
scary.
remember. Remember when Malians had Paladin?
Yeah, in the beta. That was never official, though. That was just in the
That's right.
pre-release.
And they also had their wood discount effect farms.
Yep, they had the wood discount affecting farms. They also had the wonder of the Italian condottiero Malian play that was insane when their eco was so much stronger with the cheaper farms.
Well, their eco was better, and condos were also better as well. If I recall correctly.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is the Koreans were still the #1 civ because of arrow slits.
Indeed.
Remember Indians? Oh yeah, I was sad. AoE2 Insights finally updated, and I no longer have my 100% win rate as the Indians. They finally got rid of that.
Tragic.
Alright, so here we go. Marshwood will be game number 2. We'll have Hera as the blue Ethiopians to the southwest, and Lewis as the red Magyars to the northeast.
Indeed. And I gotta ask you, T-West, Marshwood? Why is Marshwood in the open map category and Skakuza in the chaotic map category? Both of these maps feel extremely similar.
That is a great question. I joined, or Mem asked me to help out at the end of March, and I just rolled with what they had discussed earlier. So I wasn't actually there for those discussions.
It's like,
Just
super
like-
open, food in the middle. I mean, if anything, there isn't any rocky terrain on Skakusa, so it's much easier to wall.
Oh, don't worry, I did add rock terrain to Skakusa.
I hate you.
No, there was much more rock terrain, but actual rocks, so you could like legit palisade the middle. So I got rid of that and just settled for one line of rock terrain that doesn't really affect anything.
Oh, okay.
Homeschool?
Well.
I was not homeschooled. I went to a public school.
Like any good American going to what I imagine was probably a gigantic public school.
It wasn't actually gigantic. It was maybe like 200 to 250 students in our high school class.
Oh, that's actually much more similar to mine then. Mine was around 300.
And then and from what I've seen, enrollment has kind of dropped off. The school's gone from like 800 to 900 students to like 600 total.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Over
I guess
the
you're probably living in an area
past-
where that's like maybe shrinking a bit.
15. Yeah, over the past 15 years or so. It's just, I don't know. I mean, it's not like a large town or anything where I grew up, so
Yeah.
it's just random keeping track of the hometown stuff.
Well, as it
Apparently,
happens in
though,
this
my
game,
home-
we have the double boar lure coming in on the side
Yeah.
from Hera.
So we have a double boar lure in, and that's how the map works. 2 boars on each side, but no real fighting for the boars, just nice and safe. So 50-50 for boars on each.
And the boars will go down. Hera will be fine. And as this is a Civ matchup, we don't really see that often. Which Civ do you prefer here on this map, T West? Because you can wall in yourself early on like the wood lines, which is nice for Ethiopians, but it's still very open for Magyars.
It is. Actually, look at Hera's map. Look at those wood lines. Look at how Black Forest he's playing.
Yeah.
With those singleton trees.
No, it's more like
This
just like
is a super
Bosmo. He needs to
easy
cut
wall.
through to get to the stone.
Yeah, really, he does need to cut through to get to the stone.
Well, Loom is coming in. Hera, a little bit of vital time. Having to go up on 21 pop. He doesn't have the building. Oh, that's awkward.
Oh, Hera maybe slipping up. Right on this map, you have to go very far for your lumber camp. So maybe that messes up your Dark Age just enough. You're not thinking of doing the barracks at the right timing.
Yeah, that does screw with things a little bit. And what is true on this map, though, is that as Ethiopians, of course, you get 100 gold when you reach the next stage. And then you also have the 4 foxes. So that's going to give you another, like, what, 120-ish gold? A little bit more? Oh, actually, 8 more foxes. So you can avoid the mining camp for quite some time as the Ethiopians while still going through your men-at-arms into archers.
Yep, if you take foxes with 1 vill, it's about 31 gold per fox.
Yeah,
with the K.
thereabouts.
So 31 times 8. You can do some quick math.
Isn't that like 240?
Sounds about right.
Well, oh my goodness,
248.
he's doing the phosphor thing, I just realized.
He's on stone. He's going FC Magyar Hussar. He doesn't have a lumber camp. Ornlu, Lewis does not have a lumber camp.
He has no lumbar support to in his economy, T West. His back is going to be hurting like crazy.
Okay, this is amazing. So, is Phosphor around? Phosphor's in the chat. Phosphor is smiling. Phosphor can give us some insights. Can you actually pull off an FC without a lumber camp?
Might have trained yesterday. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. So, this is... Phosphor knows what's going down. Phosphor knows the secret to training Viper to almost beat Hera in King of the Desert. Now training Viper's current teammate of Lewis. Ooh, and look at this scout fight situation. Hera gonna lose even though he's up first. Men-at-arms for Hera, he's just looking around. I mean, where's this lumber camp?
Lumber
And
camp?
Hera's gonna go for a forward range, but Lewis should be able to tower this wherever he needs to.
Does he have enough wood for it?
Wood for a task? If he takes the stragglers, he will.
He needs a little bit more. Okay, he should have just enough.
So where do you actually castle on this map? Because usually you prefer having the castle between a wood line and a gold, so that you can take both resources safely. The castle defends both. Yeah, Lewis, repairing the palisade might even be a risk for him if he doesn't have enough wood for a tower. but he still has 18 wood left on a straggler. He doesn't need the stone anymore, or he does if he towers. Did that tower? Wait,
Why
where
wouldn't
is
he need
towering?
the stone? It's
Oh, did he just sell it?
no. He
Okay,
needs
never mind. He sold stone at the market.
Yeah. So yeah, he still needs another 125 stone.
That's a stone wall from him.
Is I gotta say, the fact that this is even possible with Magyars, I think, is ridiculous. Remember when Magyar Hussars got triple buffed for literally no reason?
Yeah, they were pretty good before.
Yeah, now they're actually insane, and I feel like it's one of the reasons Magyars are low-key one of the better civs out there.
All right, so Loot is able to buy stone, so he's good.
Yeah, he's got what he needs.
He's able to buy stone.
He now has the resources necessary to drop a castle. I guess he just wants to
more
mine
stone.
some extra stone to maybe sell later, but you don't want your villagers to be exposed. Hera does have those Ethiopian archers which fire nice and quickly.
So there are tons of berries in the middle, and if Lewis is able to go Magyar Hussars and get a bit of map control, he might even be able to skip all farming, skip a lumber camp, and just mill the middle and take the mouflons and the berries. Which would be crazy if he's able to do that, because he doesn't have wood for a lumber camp or for a mill, and is just going to be using the market economy. But he's taking all the food under the TC. There are extra sheep on the map, and Lewis has one sheep out still scouting to find them. So if he gets Magyar Hussars and cleans Hera's initial army, maybe that's something Hera needs to pick up on, is he needs to do a better job picking up the outside sheep to make sure Lewis doesn't get them for his type of build.
It's having just enough resources here to do what you need to do, and this castle will come in. He had to eminent domain a house right there, as he's now at 25 of 20 population. Hera's still a little ways off from clicking up, but now the castle's going to be in, and those Magyar Hussars are nice and cheap to get going here in mid-game.
When I was a child, we had to go to the town hall and protest because the town tried to eminent domain a house.
Well, now you have to
there's that
petition
Magyar
Lewis's
Hussar.
government for that.
Oh, we do. And yep, he's going straight to the middle. So it's gonna... Oh, no, he's just going to find whatever straggler tree he can. Maybe he should have chopped one of those stragglers before doing the mining camp just to get a bit of wood.
Yeah, might have not been a bad idea. But now Castle Age is on the way here for Hera. But what Hera did not do is, because he was applying the feudal age pressure, he is not walled at all. I mean, it's got one tile of palisade by his wood line that looks woefully insufficient. You get the free iron casting, so 12 base attack right now for the Magyar Hussars, and this is going to be tricky for him.
And armor's coming in. Hera has the quick wall. These are not step lancers, so they can't attack over the walls. Hera, relying on his quick wall skills, will just try to pretend he's the Viper and keep that mining camp safe. I'll have to do the same thing on the lumber camp.
But now Hera's eco is absolutely in shambles. Yes, he's ahead in resources collected, but it's going to be a little bit tougher going forward. That said, Magyar Hussar there does take some damage. Having that +1 defense is still very helpful, though. Now Hera's on the outside,
How does he have
too.
this many? How does he have this many Hussars?
Dude,
He's
I told
got
you, they got
5,
triple buffed
7,
for literally no reason, and now the unit's just ridiculous.
8,
They train fast, they're
9.
cheap, and they have great stats.
He's gonna destroy Hera's military here. But Hera's not even close to the next stage. And Lewis is gonna maybe lose one of the Hussars, but I'm sure he'll take one loss and clean everything else. I don't like him losing the second one, though.
Yeah, no reason to do that. Oh, he doesn't!
Okay, he keeps it alive. 2 HP.
But did you see these series
that's also...
against MBL? Like, Lewis did this exact same thing.
And it seems like it's working.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what does Hera do here? He's trying to go double ranges for, I guess, crossbowmen. He's not going to have wood for it. Oh, the houses are in. He didn't repair the palisade. He didn't,
Hera.
He sold the stone to go up. Hera's dead. Hera's 100% dead. Maybe this
Hera
is the secret
dropping
to
the
beating
ball
Hera.
harder
You
than
got to
James Harden. Oh my goodness.
Only with the NBA references.
Indeed. Oh my goodness, he's trying to add in these ranges, but I mean, he's going freaking Ethiopian calf archers.
You know what he could do? He could do free pikemen. A free pikeman upgrade.
Yeah, but pikes are awful. You know, Hera.
Yeah, they don't work in early castle.
I don't know what the
Oh, his vills.
the Chicago Bulls were discontinued after Derrick Rose retired, so I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so Hussars. Hera's gonna have no vills.
Yeah,
Hera's
like
gonna
he's
lose every
super
single one of
dead.
those vills.
Now,
Has
what's
mock
something we
armor.
need to
Magyar
try,
Hussars-
T-West, is one of us
What do
needs
we-
to do this in like a 2v2, and the other person be Hindustanis, so you get, because the Hindustani team bonus
Oh.
does apply to Magyar Hussars.
Really?
So you
Okay.
they get
Yeah,
plus
that-
2 bonus damage versus buildings.
There's a GG.
Yep.
So there we go. That is easy. There. Tied 1-1. Lewis Phosphoro build, no problem. And we gotta hope that Lewis has more Phosphoro builds in his back pocket to pull out up his sleeve. I guess it's more like a magic trick.
Indeed, 8.75 KD right there for Lewis. Fantastic play from him, and he is now 2-0, beating both MBL and Hera with this exact build on 2 different maps.
Ooh. Also, Hera, 36 losses. He lost to Gaia somewhere.
It happens to the best of us.
Yep. Well, that was beautifully done. Did Lewis have a lumber camp that game? Lewis just won that game, and he has one lumber camp eventually out on that wood line.
Yeah, he
That's
eventually
it.
got one.
Oh, God. I mean, that's the play. I think at some point Lewis just should have deleted the TC. And gone just full YOLO, no TC, no lumber camp, no wood, no problem.
That needs to be one of the Civ bonuses where destroyed buildings give you some resources back, kind of like how the 2P have the
Yes.
unit bonus, so that you go for a phosphor, delete the TC, and then get like a little bit of wood and stone for that.
That would be that's what I was thinking though. Like, you know how sometimes you delete the scout on a booming map because you want the pop space?
Yeah.
What if there was a situation where the 2P would just like delete their army because they need resources? Like, you need gold to go imp, so you take your Blackwood archers, you delete them, and then you just train them again because they're cheap.
Yeah, that would be quite the build. Although you're getting very little gold. I mean, before the Blackwood Archer nerf, where they no longer give you the 10% each or whatever. Now,
Yeah, that was crazy.
yeah.
It was 15% each. So, but now, okay, we've had a Phosphoro play. That was beautiful. And we now have turned the best of 7 to a best of 5. They both used their number 1 picks. And Lewis still has Spanish, which can be very scary. I guess Spanish are for African clearing, which, how do you stop Spanish on African clearing? Is that Hera's Italian pick for Genoese crossbowmen? Is that his Berber's pick?
Doesn't he just go Spanish here on Arena? I doubt Lewis is
Arena,
going to
I
want to
would-
play a passive Arena game against Hera, and Hera
Arena, I would
himself
think, might be way.
as an Arena Civ. The days are truly dark indeed if we have Wei as a top-tier Arena pick.
I mean, the good eco plus Shinbei Raiders.
That's true on like every map.
We won game 1-2. Hera won game 1. Lewis won game 2.
That didn't sound like it made sense, but it did.
Vietnamese could also be for Arena.
Yeah, Vietnamese are a great all-around Arena Civ. I played them several times there recently. Oh, and by the way,
Ajax
T-West,
is
you know
driving
that
the
how they
lobby.
changed the matchmaking thing, so you now get banned, you get timed out more quickly?
Yeah, didn't you say you got banned?
Yeah, I got banned for like a few hours because I went 6 games in a row of not getting Arena.
Yeah, that's why I don't play 1v1s, because you can't play Arena.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah, because matchmaking is like, you get, if you want to play Arena, you have to ban Arabia. Otherwise, you only get Arabia.
Yep.
But then you just get whatever map is left over because people ban Arena. It's like Tinder, but the dates are with people who swipe left on each other. That's what the matchmaking is like.
And then everybody's miserable and ends the day frustrated and disappointed. Just like any good date.
boy.
Oh man.
Alright,
Anyway, they've yet to get into the game here. Hopefully they'll be doing that in a moment.
Who won the Vinch set? Vinch won the Vinch set.
Indeed, indeed. Bannerina, you pick Turks and punish the Cloud. I actually feel like I have the easiest time against people who don't know how to play Arena and just obviously pick Turks or Spanish for the all-in.
Yeah, the thing is that they're both such good arena civs, both Turks and Spanish, that you don't need to play them with an all-in. There are many different playstyles you can go for them. I mean, Turks are even a great monk rushing civ with the gold bonus.
Indeed, you just have to be really careful due to missing block printing.
Yep. And it will be Turks versus Wei. What did I tell you, Ornlu? Wei are an arena civ.
It is pretty dumb. I gotta say. Like, Turks, you literally can't even play them on open maps anymore. Even though they should be at least semi-decent there because your scouts get the extra Pierce armor. But how are Wei both one of the best arena civs and one of the best Arabia civs?
Free villagers, or they're free villagers and a unique unit cav archer that is made from the archery range instead of the castle.
Yep. I still think
Take
Vietnamese are
Sipahi
like
cav
objectively
archer.
better though.
So Sipahi cav archers are great, but you need to do an upgrade for them, and then they train more slowly. Late game, I think there's no question the Turks dominate the way
for sure.
on arena, but it's the eco in the mid game. And also, the Shinbei Raiders against the Gunpowder should be a good option for Lewis. You kind of force the Turks into their other, now very strong options. Remember when the Turks are one of the top 3 civs on Arena, along with Aztecs and Maya in probably AOC. They didn't have the extra Pierce armor on the Hussars. Their gold bonus wasn't as good. And they didn't have Sipahi, and Cav Archers were overall more expensive. So those 4 changes, even though the Janissary range is nerfed, have given them significantly more options and better matchups in a variety of situations.
Artillery was more expensive. Light cav play was significantly worse because you were generally like lower food count on Arena as well. So Turks actually have a lot more things going for them now. It's just the Janissary range is obviously a big nerf.
Yeah, and husbandry was even more expensive, right?
It sure was.
That was the change that happened a while. It used to be 250 food, now it's 150.
Yep, they changed that with Squires. Squires used to be 200 food, now it's 100.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't have changed husbandry though. I mean, everyone needs husbandry.
Yeah, husbandry's pretty, it's pretty ubiquitous. I think fewer civs should have it.
All right, so here we have Arena, Hera's home map. He will be the blue Turks to the east, and Lewis will be the red Wei to the west, hoping to go Wei economy plus Shinbei Raiders.
Just as they do on every single map, and that is certainly going to be a potential option. Keep in mind, though, guys, that artillery bombard cannons do match the range of traction trebuchets, while being significantly easier to micro. So 14 range for both of those. So that is going to be a potential asset there for Hera in the late game. But what is going to be a problem, though, is if this is anything other than an all-in game from Turks, that way eco is going to be tough to beat.
That it will be. And thank you, Humble Jelly, for the sub. It is Hera Lewis. And Mill for Lewis, just very standard build order things here from Lewis. Luring in the boars, pushing the ostriches. And I did not put chickens on this version of Arena. Actually, does Hera have ostriches in his base? Did he take them already?
Yeah, he just took them already, I think. Still has 4 of his goats left.
I mean... Okay, maybe he did. I just gotta make sure. That would be a weird thing to be bugged, but I just gotta make sure the map's not broken.
Oh,
I think he didn't have them. I think we have a restart. I think he didn't have his ostriches. I think this is an admin restart.
Oh, that's right. You do start with 6.
Yeah, you have 4. So that's just a bug.
Yeah.
Oh, where are they going? Yeah, that's a restart then.
Lagry!
Lagry. Now that's a twestery. That was a weird. What the heck? Having deer. That I don't understand. That. That was a weird one. Well, that's the downside of having like 21 maps, where every map has like probably a dozen different things you're checking, like boars, sheep, gold, stones, deers, relics. And you can check several hundred generations for several dozen different things, but if you miss one thing, it's guaranteed to happen there. This arena custom, yep. It's
But
not
it's
the
still
DE one,
1080
because we
HP
changed the
walls.
size.
Because T-West hates fun.
No, I was just not going to change it for that tournament. Yeah, that was weird. I've not seen that one before.
Well, guys, 35 seconds, and we will be getting right back here into game number 3. Definitely, I think Hera getting quite caught off guard, which is pretty surprising considering, again, Lewis did the exact same build against MBL that he did that game, and yet Hera not really able to punish the super open map FC play, and Hera going to Arena, which is not normally his pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, ranked Arena can spawn with holes sometimes.
Yeah, but that's why I remade Arena, because I didn't want the holes on it happening, because that can happen on the ranked version sometimes. That's a weird one. Well, I'll add it to my list of things to fix.
All right, got 4 deer. We got 4 deer. We are appropriately deered this game.
All right, DE. Thank you, load in. All right, here we are. Appropriately deered. I'll have Hera as the blue Turks and Lewis as the red Way. This time they have their deer. Let's look at the relics. We do make sure that we have 7 relics indeed. Now we're good.
Any of the relics in a straight line, slightly advantageous to Hera. I don't really think that relic spawns really matter all that much. And really the question's just going to be, what is the plan for these guys? Hera with only 3 vills on wood so far. Lewis sending the more traditional 4 over, so maybe Hera's thinking about a quick uptime.
He could tower rush, right? He could tower rush.
Feels like such a waste with Turks though, right? You keep the game in feudal age longer and Way get even further ahead economically than you are.
Yeah, and it feels like Turks probably... This is a Civ matchup where, with a really good Cav Archer unit, you might not want to be going for a Janissary push. Because the Xianbei Raiders should be able to counter Janissaries quite well.
Yeah, that should be a tough one. Even the 36 HP means that it's still 3 Janissary hits to kill a single Xianbei Raider, so that's one of those damage break points that's really worth keeping in mind. And I think that, if anything, Hera's going to want to just try and take this late game. I mean, especially because it's Hera, right? He's going to have a huge advantage in the late game versus almost everybody. This Civ, this map, certainly is going to be accommodating that playstyle.
And now Hera pushing in those deer successfully, ensuring that he has Hunt. Is Hera completely out if he loses to Lewis? Yes. Also, Lewis is completely out if he loses to Hera. This is Hera's second chance to make a run through the tournament now in the decider match.
And if they draw in the last game, they're actually both eliminated. Like, you both deal each other a fatal blow.
There's no draws, Ornlu.
There is if you believe hard enough.
There's only draws if you're at a LAN and your venue runs out of time.
Yes. Then you have to squeeze in an extra series at the start of the day, just like we did at ECL.
Excuse me, 7 relics arena. Yep, all the Warlords maps have 7 relics.
I mean, to be fair, there really isn't an effective style on Arena these days that doesn't contest map control. The straight boom play is just not very good anymore.
Yeah, and there are also foxes in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4 foxes. Or 4 pairs of foxes. So if you're going forward, you can grab the foxes. Also, there are no predators in the middle, no wolves. So if you go forward for a monk rush, you can send 1 villain. You don't have to worry about the wolves mauling you on the way forward.
Why would you get rid of the wolves?
So they don't kill your vills when you monk rush.
Yeah, but it's part of the challenge, right? You have to not run into those.
No, we have wolves for other maps, not for Arena.
Sad time. Regardless, though, guys, nobody's clicking up especially fast. Lewis is ostensibly going up on 25 pop. Hera, maybe a similar deal. But if you're going up on 25 pop, unless you are doing the build, trademark, then you're not going for a castle drop.
I mean, standard up for arena these days would be 26 pop for light cav, probably. Maybe you can do it on 25 with a good eco, like the way we'll have.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Both players, though, up on 25 pop. Hera sending 2 Vils over to the gold. This all looks like a light cav play here from both sides, honestly.
Yeah, 5 on berries from Hera, too. Something you see sometimes for light cav. 6 on berries for Lewis.
Yep, there's the barracks there from Hera. Lewis not building one yet. Borgies being demanding as usual.
And we'll have a barracks up from Lewis too, so opening for light cav. The only question then is, do they do a market or do they do a blacksmith when they go up? Usually these days you see the market, but if you want to unlock the workshop, you need the blacksmith. Or if you want to maybe go for a combo unit like Shinbei Raiders or Cav Archers and do fletching, then you might go for the blacksmith.
Yeah, I think part of the reason we see the market these days is that if you're going light cav, you're not usually following it up with heavy siege pressure, at least not immediately, not before adding in a bunch of TCs, so the market's much more helpful there. So if you are going stable plus blacksmith, which is exactly what Lewis is doing, then perhaps that is going to be a bit more indicative of a type of pressure we don't see very often.
So double bit axe for Lewis. And, well, Lewis does have a very forward gold, but his other gold is in the back. The bigger worry for Lewis's map is that forward stone he has. And Hera, at the very least, has a back stone that's very safe.
Yeah, and I like Hera building the market in front of his gold. You want to make sure that you get a secondary layer of walls in on Arena, just as you're building up your infrastructure in the early game. You can see both players are doing that to a degree, but Hera's going to make sure that his resources are at least as safe as possible here.
Yeah, and Lewis gonna fight the scout, and you want to take the fight against the Turk scout as much as possible before Castle Age comes in, so you fight it before it becomes a light cav. And the more you fight, the less HP the light cav has.
Yep, and if you have an HP advantage when Castle Age comes in, because light cav are slower than scout cavalry, you can actually force the engagement and potentially get an early kill, which is very helpful.
Yep. Yeah, because light cav lose 5/100ths of a tile per second to their movement speed.
It matters. I've gotten kills on Turks that way myself.
Yeah, it's one of those weird AoE 2 quirks that no one ever noticed until they stopped updating AOC, and by that point, no one changed it.
Indeed. Likely, it was because they were fiddling around with the movement speed for the scout line, and then they just forgot to change one of the numbers, or one of the units. Same reason Paladins attack slightly slower than Cavalier and Knights.
Yep, and now we'll have a slightly faster Castle Age for Hera, but with 3 fewer Vils than Lewis, and there'll be 4 fewer Vils as gold mining comes in. And this is the strength of that way economy. Able to add in all of those upgrades on the way up, and get on the way up, and get the extra Vils.
But here's the thing, he's also getting that gold mining upgrade, and my concern here is that it's still going to take a little bit of time for those extra villagers to pay off, and you want to make sure you have plenty of resources upon reaching Castle Age, because right now, Hera is already getting his 4th scout unit out, he's grabbing a monastery, and he'll have a bit more resources at his disposal, at least in the short run.
Yep, monastery for relics. And Lewis sending a Vil to do a monastery as well. Can heal up his scouts. And more farms added in for Lewis as he does light cav. And now it's about adding in light cav versus making TCs and booming.
Yeah, sometimes we'll see players prioritize the TCs over Bowsaw. You can see both players here are very interested in taking heavy map control, as you have that extra incentive on this map that has 7 relics. But at the moment, Lewis is able to skirt by thanks to that faster movement speed. Now he has a little bit of space, but I don't know if it's enough to get back safely into his base. And now, if one of the players picks up Husbandry, they're going to have a huge advantage.
And Hera clicks Husbandry.
And there we go, and that is a big advantage. And remember, you spent some extra resources here on both the gold mining upgrade and light cav, which Hera got for free. So Hera's able to utilize those extra resources, but the Spearman helps out a lot, and that will enable that to be an even trade.
Yeah, nice spear. Adding the spear is always a risk because monks convert them more quickly. But with that spear, Lewis will take a couple of good early fights. as he gets his own monk out, then he can heal up his own scouts.
And it's 15 farms right now here for Lewis versus the 12 for Hera, so Lewis doing a bit of a better job of getting that farming eco down. Always very important as your forage bushes run low. Second TC coming in for each player, and Lewis will be getting himself quite well set up over time, already 300 resources ahead.
And husbandry on the way too for him.
And that is going to be a very important upgrade, as we mentioned. And now it's that part of the game where you really just have to try and sneak monks out onto the map, because Lycav will always find a way to snipe them if you're paying close attention.
Now that's what Hera's doing. He also stops holding the gate open with another monk. That monk does get back safely. So second relic for Hera, doing a good job of picking them up with the early light cav. But Lewis getting his third TC up faster than Hera, so he'll have a better boom. And now if you're Lewis, you're wondering, do you boom to Imp to fight Turks, or do you maybe add ranges for some Castle Age Shenbei Raiders, try to take some more map control?
It's a really
And
tricky
Hera
balance
has
to
to be
strike
careful.
these days, because people are still clicking up to Imp pretty fast, usually on that 80 to 90-ish villager time frame. But there you go, guys. This is why it's so tough to actually make the monks work in early Castle Age. There's just nothing that stops you from sniping the monks like that.
Yeah, great snipes from the light cav. Lewis will also try to focus one low HP light cav. And he doesn't run forward to snipe the monks. Instead, he just runs back. And now he might need to delete the spear at some point, as Lewis trying to sneak a relic in. Ooh, probably not going to get it against the light cav, though.
Yeah, it's
Might
just
be able
not
to poke
possible
down
keep
the
the
light
monk
cav.
alive. And that's going to be some more dead units right there. The spearman doesn't know what to do!
Yeah, Lewis probably could delete the spear and go for the monk.
Oh, you need to delete it. Monk never lost its charge there, but there we go. It is going to switch away.
No, switches back. He never lost the charge, and he gets the spear.
Oh, wow, nice.
That, I think, is a mistake.
Yeah.
And Lewis, ooh, if he's paying attention, he saw the monk. Does he see it? Okay, yeah, he sees it. I'll delay another relic.
But this exact situation for both players now is why we see players go for light cav and then just not bother getting the monks out. You know, you spend the wood earlier on the TC that you would have otherwise spent on the monastery. Now Hera's eco balance isn't super ideal. He has 7 vills on gold, which is a lot for this stage in the game. So he's going to need to be buying food. So honestly, this feels slightly inefficient, at least how the people who play a ton of Arena approach this map.
Yeah, and Lewis up by 6 vills. He had the 3 TCs earlier. And as you said, he hasn't been going for quite so many monks. Hera gets a light cav in to Lewis's base, snipes a monk, but we'll lose the light cav.
Yeah, but you're fine for that, doing that right now. And as it stands, we're almost 20 minutes into this 9-vill start game, and only 2 relics have been taken, and that's because Hera did a good job sneaking them in early. And both players have lost a lot of monks.
And I feel that Hera maybe lost a couple more.
Yes.
Well, that's the advantage of going for the early monastery versus the 3rd TC right away, is just those sneaky couple of relics you can pick up. And he's going to get his 3rd now.
Well, Hera was also up to Castle Age significantly faster, so he actually had the time when his opponent didn't have as many early scouting units. Oh, is Lewis going to commit here? I don't know about
commit
this
to a fight. I don't think he wins. Camel now for Hera, seeing that the monk numbers aren't quite that high for Lewis, and with the camel he can fight the scouts pretty effectively. And what type of conversions can Lewis get? Can he maybe get one on the camel? That would be huge if he could. As Lewis will try to grab the relic to the north, he has 1 relic and wants to bring in that 2nd. He will win the foot race to it, but doesn't have the monk shift queue, so he's just going to hold it there for a while.
And now, we're correct, T-West, in your guess that it's going to be for the Shenbei Raiders. Lewis thinking about map control. He's got a ton of villagers on stone right now. The difference, though, is that Hera is going to be up to Imperial Age much, much, much faster as another monk is sniped. Like we keep saying, guys, it is almost impossible to keep your monks alive. Lewis going to lose another monk over here. That camel's not going to get converted. And it's tough being a monk these days, man.
It is. 4 relics also from Hera, so 2 more on the field. His bloodlines. And Hera maybe grabbing a 5th relic, as Lewis's monk did get sniped. Maybe Lewis can snipe the monk in turn. Stone mining for him. He's mining, well, 1, he wants to mine stone more quickly, and 2, he wants to now get the extra vills from stone mining. So still more extra vills from Lewis in the upgrades he has. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 potential extra vills still.
And look at this, guys. Hera might be going for a really fast Imperial Age time. I mean, this just goes to show how insane Hera's macro is, that he's going to have the res for Imperial Age, but that's because he's not mining any stone whatsoever. And there we go, Imp coming in at 70 villagers.
Ooh.
Typically, guys, it's at the earliest 75 to, 90.
He's going to do ranges. So is this going to be then Cav Archers from Hera against Shinbei Raiders, maybe hoping that he can get the Imperial Age upgrades and then win fights?
That certainly would be very helpful for Hera. That said, we saw a game, it was Wei versus Turks, and it was one of the most tilting games I've ever seen, because the Turks lost with their Cav Archers versus Shinbei Raiders because the Shinbei Raiders just were that much cheaper. So they actually won in the protracted games.
Yeah, and Lewis staying in the Castle Age will have more eco to pump out Shinbei Raiders. He will have better numbers than Hera.
Hera definitely misclicking a skirmisher right there. Not what you want to be going for as the Turks. Second relic going to be in, so it looks like it will be around 3 to 4 relics in total, as Hera's going to have to scooch back because he just spent 1,800 resources on the Imperial Age. And it's not like Lewis is going to be that far behind, but he's going to need to be careful about this forward castle.
And a couple of light cav do get inside for Lewis, but I don't think they'll accomplish much other than scouting. But scouting at this point can be huge if you see what your opponent's doing, and well, he will just die to the TC. Double blacksmith from Hera, double blacksmith.
Yeah, it's meta. Come on, T-West, this is why you gotta play more 1-1s, man. If you open stable plus market into boom, double blacksmith is absolutely meta on the way to imp.
Double blacksmith on the way to imp. All right, let's go. That's not a triple blacksmith, right? He doesn't have another blacksmith out there? No.
Nah.
All right.
Those dreams would be crushed for the time being. And here we are, CA are out on the field, and they are going to get the free chemistry, which is going to be that nice extra 1 damage. And yet that castle is going to be here.
Yep, and now you'd expect to see maybe a quick workshop for the cannon to take down the castle. But it is forward, and they're a Tiger Cav. But the downside of being against an opponent who's an imp is that they get Bodkin and chemistry, which the Turks get chemistry for free, and suddenly the Tiger Cav are not effective. Suddenly they don't have the Pierce armor in the Castle Age, or even an imp to hold up to that.
Yeah, it's
they only
definitely
get 6 total.
A unit that is significantly better in Castle Age. I kind of compare them to Conquistadors in that they're a good unit in Imperial Age, but where they're really strong is in Castle Age. But here we are. The gate is down. Hera does need to research Loom. It makes his villagers harder to kill. And this Siege Workshop is honestly just late from him. No Bombard Cannon yet.
Okay, losing a couple of Loomless Vills right before it comes in. But now Imp for Lewis, and I think he just goes Shinbei Raider. And I think that should be the best unit in this matchup, the Shinbei Raider. But it depends on upgrades. If he can ever get the Mingguang armor to give the Shinbei Raiders extra melee armor and do the armor upgrades for them, then the Hussars really can't kill them either.
Yeah, Hussars are just straight up awful against the Shinbei Raiders once that Mingguang armor upgrade is in. You do get that, what is it, 8 melee armor, I think, for your Shinbei Raiders?
8 melee armor.
Yeah, it's 8 melee armor total. The fully equipped Hussars will deal 3 damage a hit to them.
Yep. And also no castle for Hera, so he does not have artillery for his cannon. And that means traction shrubs actually will outrange them. They do have extra HP, though, and the extra HP they have is pretty darn crazy.
It is, and the faster train speed also super helpful there for the Turks. Bombard cannon numbers are slowly climbing, and they are still better than traction trebs at actually destroying buildings. So Hera is starting to scale up a better army, and his eco, although worse than Lewis. I mean, you're looking at Turks versus Wei. You'd expect the difference to be much more snowballing in favor of Lewis, so still great macro from Hera.
Yep, but Lewis, look at the ease surrounding Hera with outposts. Lewis sees everything.
Is indeed still going to be the 4 relics to 3 as well for Hera, so he's got enough gold to keep him going in the short run, but what he really wants is to start gathering stone. Turks, they're famous for being one of the most gold-hungry civs, but they're also one of the most stone-hungry civs. You want to get castles, you want to get bombard towers.
Hera losing a cannon, he's going to lose 2 cannon as the Tiger Cav are pushing. And the Tiger Cav, they will die, but they're doing just enough in this push.
Oh my goodness.
10 attack against 6 Pierce armor, and Lewis is doing it. Lewis is pushing the Turks on Arena, those 2 relics from Hera could be taken down by the traction treb. And now Hera, he's doing Parthian and heavy cav archer, but after the initial push, and Hera, what gold access does he have now? Just that main gold, that's so close, Lewis, to pushing it.
And that is starting to become a real problem. He's already mined out his secondary gold. He's going to some stone on the outside, but no castle, which means no conscription at the moment, which is a big problem as you're trying to catch up in army numbers, and the way army is just so cheap and efficient here.
Hera can't sneak a TC against Lewis. Lewis sees everything. Lewis has outposts everywhere. Oh, he's just trying to dance the Vils to get away, but now it's 126 to 99 Vils as heavy cav archer comes in for Hera. He's mining stone desperately in the back. He'll need a back castle, and kind of needs both Sipahi and artillery for both unit lines he's going for, so that will be expensive.
Yeah, Turks definitely a civ that like having their unique upgrades if possible. Hera using the market a little bit, gonna get plate barding armor, and one of the big advantages here is that although the Turk Hussars are going to struggle against the Wei Hussars in a straight-up fight, as a meat shield unit against ranged fire, the Wei Hussars struggle a ton because of that lacking the final armor upgrade.
And there goes the monastery as the traction trebs will get a couple more hits in. Another cannon running into castle fire from Hera. That cannon's on 10 HP. No Shinbei ready to pick it off, though. And Hera will repair. That was almost a disaster.
Yeah, that is not a unit you can afford to lose right now, and now we have elite Tiger Cavalry on the way for the Wei. And right now, Lewis is just scaling up to 200 population so much faster. Honestly, Hera losing 11 Vils this game, and never really adding that 4th TC until he was already well into Imperial Age. He's only on 107 Vils T-West.
Lewis? He's on 140. You mean Hera?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what I mean.
So, yeah, thumb ring for Lewis. Elite Tiger Cav. That'll only give them 1 more Pierce Armor, though.
Yeah. 7 Pierce Armor
Or does
still
it even
is the same as a Paladin, though,
7.
so not bad. Although you have much less HP.
Yep. And now he probably just wants to pick off more cannon.
Does indeed,
And
and
I
that
think he'll
Bombard
succeed in
Cannon is
that.
going to go down. Lewis is also going to abscond with the final relic, so he'll have the relic advantage. He has all the map control right now, and Hera is just absolutely getting out-tempoed at the moment. He's going to try and go into camels, but he simply does not have the gold to afford this T-West.
Yeah, he doesn't have the gold. He's pushed off of his main gold. His other gold was completely taken earlier. He's trying to take some outside gold, but he's actually on a stone mine rather than a gold. His other gold is forward, and Lewis is castle dropping it. Hera's out of gold, and if Lewis just pushes that main gold, I think it's over. I think it's almost over. I think Lewis is about to go up 2-1.
And on Hera's #1 home map as well. Not at all, I think, what Hera was anticipating in this series. That castle, of course, in a beautiful spot. And now he's going to have that Tiger Cav plus Shenbei combo that is still very expensive to afford, but because Lewis has taken such efficient fights and his economy is so strong, it's something that's totally viable.
And the market gonna go down for the traction trebs, or it'll be close. Cav archers loop around, but that's exactly what Lewis wants, so they get in range of his Shinbei raiders. And there is the Mingguang armor.
You know AoE's hit rock bottom when you're dancing traction trebs with their 0.57 movement speed and enormous hitbox. Oh, jeez.
Alright, so Treb attacking the castle.
Indeed, and that castle is going to be under some pressure. You do have hoardings available, though, as the way, so that's one way you can stall things out a little bit longer. You just now have the first defense upgrade coming in, and Hera still is amassing a pretty scary army.
Yes, there's a cannon. And camels are pretty good against Tiger Cav and Imp, but not so good under castle fire and against the Shinbei raiders. And is this a good fight for Lewis? It's close, but it's still underneath his castle. And the traction trebs for Lewis can destroy the actual trebs from Hera, and then maybe turn to fight the bombard cannon. And it looks like Lewis is taking a win with this fight. He's pushing in. Hera calls the GG. The Tiger Cav are enough, and Lewis looking to knock Hera off of his streak, goes up 2-1. If only this were a best of 3, but it's a best of 7. Lewis takes the game on Hera's first home map of Arena, and against the Turks, no less, on Arena.
That is a very impressive performance from Lewis. Beautiful job balancing the economy with the map control, making sure he still had a competitive Imperial Age time, and never letting Hera outside of his base. Hera was behind by around 25% in the gold collected, and that is never where you want to be as the Turks. And I don't know, T-West. Lewis has simply out-strategized Hera 2 games in a row.
That he has. He did for a Phosphoro, and then just, I mean, this wasn't even complicated, right? It's just way.
Yep.
You boom with the way, use the eco forward, and they have a good composition against the Turks late game, it looks like.
Well, and it's all about the in-game decision-making, right? It's the ebb and flow of how much you can invest into the middle. And that's a very tricky balance to strike, especially if your opponent is also playing heavy map control style. Now, again, that was still a much higher draft pick for Lewis, but taking your opponent's #1 home map is going to give you that home court advantage going into the rest of the series.
Yep. And, well, I don't really see any particular non-Hera map throughout the rest of the map pool, right? Like, there's nothing where I think, oh, Lewis is totally gonna dominate, and Hera doesn't know how to play the map, right? It's like Arena, as much as Hera picked that, also still feels like the map where Hera is probably the weakest.
Yeah. I mean, Hera is basically with that pick saying, okay, we're both weak on Arena relative to how good we are on other maps, but you're weaker relative to me on that map specifically. If that makes sense.
I don't know if that's what Hera is saying. I think Hera is saying, I'm going to wreck you on Arena, and it backfired. I think he has a bit more confidence than saying, well, we're both bad on Arena. That's not something Hera would say.
That's not what Hera would say, but it's bad relative to his other maps, and I think Hera would agree that he is worse on Arena relative to how he is on other sorts of maps.
I don't know. I think he says that people pick Arena against him so much that he's good at it now.
That's some Hera confidence, I guess. Moral of the story, though, Kilimanjaro and Crossroads are both very standard maps. African Clearing is the last one where I can see Lewis sneaking a win with something crazy with the Spanish or something like that. So we will have to see how things are going to play out going forward, as Kilimanjaro will be the next map.
So what do we have for Kilimanjaro? So the Huns for Lewis's draft probably are the hybrid civ for Crossroads. And we've seen Cav Archers on that map a lot. Maybe it's a bit too risky to FC there. So I would think Spanish for African Clearing, Huns for Crossroads, Vietnamese for Border Dispute, and Shu for Kilimanjaro. Maybe Vietnamese, Kilimanjaro, and Shu Border Dispute for Lewis.
That sounds fun to me.
Hera has like 5 hybrid civs left.
Yeah, I mean, he can pick and choose whichever
mostly
one he
land
wants.
maps.
Yeah. But that's the thing with most of the hybrid civs, is that they're also extremely good land maps. Or land map civs. I've actually seen games where Huns beat Berbers with a Halb Siege Ram in early Imperial Age because they have a better mid game. So it's not a civ loss.
Yeah, does make sense. Yeah, like Camel Archers will be hard for the Huns to deal with, but even then they can go Tarkans.
As we all know, it's not about what Utar can't do, it's about what Utar can do.
Yep. And it will be Kilimanjaro. Spanish do pretty much have to be African Clearing. I don't think there's any other
for sure
way around that. And then Hera probably is deciding then between Italians and Berbers for African Clearing.
Both of which I think are solid
Spanish
options. I like Berbers a little bit more, but it's whatever he feels like.
I think that Conks are so much stronger than Camel Archers early game that Berbers don't work.
I don't think Italians work either, though. I mean, I agree with you, but I don't quite think that...
It could just be Dravidians for fish booming on African Clearing, Ornlu. You know how strong that is.
The Dravidians have a worse fish boom because of the extra carry capacity. Just takes longer to drop
Spanish...
off the food that's right next to your dock.
Spanish Kilimanjaro, Phosphoro saying we have a strat. Actually, it's Mapuche Kilimanjaro.
Oh
Portuguese
boy, guys.
Hera.
Are you ready to have a high level of Mari per Mari?
So which civ is the Mapuche? Is that the Bolus Rider civ? Or
Yes.
is that the Morisca? Okay, the Mapuche are the Bolus Riders.
Yes, there were not many horses in the highlands of Colombia. Anyway, the corgi clearly needs to go outside for a quick break, so I will leave the early game to you, my friend.
All right, you got 87 seconds on the respect delay. Yeah, so the Bolas Rider, the unit for Lewis. And Portuguese, I mean, a well-rounded civ could be used on any of the final maps. Hera using them here for Kilimanjaro. Don't think there's anything specific for Portuguese for this map. Unless he thinks they're far enough apart that he can go FC organ guns. Kilimanjaro, for the most part, about controlling the hill in the middle, then you have all the gold access, and for the most part, the stone access, too. Corgi Lancers, that's what Ornlu's dealing with IRL right now. Two Mari per Mari, that's what the Vils say. And the Mapuche are a civ that will have the settlements. And depending on the spawns of the golds and stones by the acacia trees in the initial base layout for Lewis, could be different setups for whether he needs more or fewer settlements. Sometimes you can get really nice locations between a gold and a woodline, or between a stone and a woodline even. I do wonder if Lewis might attempt a fast castle here, maybe FC into Bolas Riders. Alright, so here we have Hera. You'll be to the southwest as the blue Portuguese, Lewis to the southeast as the red Mapuche. And right away, settlement between berries and a woodline. Double setup there. Rawr, hello, Baron. So welcome in Ornlu's chat. You can imagine the glory and majesty of the huge Mount Kilimanjaro. Both golds kind of towards the south, maybe slightly favoring Hera in the middle. Maybe something I should address to make the golds more spread out. I had spaced them specifically in TTL, but this is just the DE map placing them. Our archer do +1 damage to siege. Yes, they do. And Bolas Riders do 2 damage to rams. Okay. So the Bolas Rider, analogous to the Xianbei Raider from the previous game, is a unique cav archer that is not a castle unit, but rather an archery range unit. For the Mapuche, here the Mapuche bonus is that the settlements can train spearmen and skirmishers, and also infantry, skirmishers, and also slingers have a bit more HP in Feudal Castle and Imperial Age. So more HP for skirms, that's pretty darn good. Although they do miss Bracer. For the final upgrade, they do have a unique tech for Milan, or Malin, Malone, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but however it is, the Bolas Riders, Slingers, and Skirmishers deal pass-through damage. A civ that has some of the best, situationally best skirmishers in the game. And then, if they want to go for the Kona, that's their other unique unit, another cav unit. Fire archers also do fire damage to siege? No, that's only to buildings and to ships when they do Red Cliffs tactics. They just have an attack bonus of +1 against siege. So Hera will lure in that boar, go for the forward barracks before a mill, but not before a lumber camp, so it won't be the earliest of drushes. And since he is pushing an ostrich, has not yet himself found the location of Lewis. Ostrich turning a bit. But he'll get it in without issue. And now the barracks is up, and we see, does he go for Dark Age Militia, or does he hold off until Feudal Age for the Men-at-Arms? There's Loom, so this will probably be Militia after the click to go Men-at-Arms. Lewis, meanwhile, able to wall himself up fairly well. And he has 2 golds, but the bigger gold is, for his sake, far to the back, away from Hera. They're both pretty far from the TC. He did a settlement on chickens and on stone. Chickens and stone. And he's going to do 23 vills and go up on 23 pop. Is this a Phosphoro build? Is this a Phosphoro build? Well, I know Phosphoro in the chat was thinking Spanish for this map, which would have been a Phosphoro build. Maybe Lewis has something up his sleeve with Mapuche. Phosphoro FC 100%, says the chat. They'll be walled.
I return.
I think... Okay, you return just in time to see that Lewis has a settlement on his chickens and his stone, as he is potentially going for an FC. Loom in the Dark Age with 23 vills on Kilimanjaro, semi-open, which means wall yourself and do-it-yourself arena. And we think he's going to FC into either Bolus Riders or Konas, as he is on stone, or has the settlement on stone.
Oh, I'm sorry, One Sparse. I had a corgi to take care of. Now we're back.
This is one I told him not to do, says Phosphoro.
Well,
Okay.
too late. Although, is
Too
it
late,
actually going
he's
to be a
doing it.
Phosphoro? Because if it's just for the Bolas Riders, then obviously you don't need a castle for that.
I mean, maybe the stone is just he did the settlement because he didn't want to funnel the chickens. But he doesn't have any gold right now. So this would have to be Market Blacksmith and him selling some stone to go up.
And now the Men-at-Arms are applying pressure to the house. And now going over to gold. The issue is, whatever you're doing, you're going to need probably a barracks and an archery range, unless you're throwing all the vills on over to stone. And, like, Konas are good, but they're not Magyar Hussar level good early on.
And Hera doing the same thing he did against the Magyar Hussar build that didn't work. Going for the forward range, along with Men-at-Arms pressuring the house. There's feudal.
And, okay, looks like it will be for the Konas, the most American unit of all. But he doesn't have the resources to
Alright.
West. Oh, no.
He doesn't have gold, but he'll sell.
Well, he doesn't have... Can't do that without a market. That's the big issue right now, is he doesn't have any wood.
Yeah, the extra settlement did not work out for him.
No, he needed to
The
save that.
Skirm is going to be 200%. Yeah, one of the reasons you might want to do the market before the blacksmith, just in case you're out of wood and need to rearrange stuff. Because he's been repairing the house for a while, so he's spending wood on that. Maybe not as much wood as he was prepared to have had.
Yeah. And a single
With 3
Vill does
settlements.
not out-repair the 3 Men-at-Arms, but it does significantly slow down the rate of destruction. Alright, TUS, this is happening here once again. Villager that is on low
Market.
HP is going to make it to safety, and at least most of those Mapuche forage bushes were taken.
But now there are skirms, so what more damage can Hera do with skirms?
One tile of stone wall coming in. All of the South American civs were at least given stone walls.
Alright, well, that's about it. So the Mapuche do drop off extra food from the forage bushes, but as you said, most of the forage taken. And now the skirms can just keep archers away from the gold. And we don't have a barracks yet,
Oh.
and we don't have more stone being mined, so maybe it is just Bolus Riders.
But then you need a barracks and archery range, and you can't afford that.
Well, he's got wood everywhere. He could buy it.
Alrighty, that still feels really ugly,
Sell
though.
stone. Yep, he's going to stonewall himself, and it will be a barracks and Bolus Riders.
Yep, but the 23 vills on wood, 0 on food, 0 on gold, 0 on stone eco balance is not what I would call ideal, and I don't think it's what anyone would call ideal. As, I mean, oh, he's going to try and go for another settlement on the side, but now he can't even afford a freaking archery range.
Yeah, that is a pretty big flaw in his plan. Does he have to sell more stone just for a range?
Yeah. Like, and I think this is the issue, right? Is like you can go for blacksmith archery range, or you can go for blacksmith market and then go into the Konas. But you can't do all of them all at once.
And the vills are a bit exposed to the Men-at-Arms from Hera. The skirms to try to fend off the scout, fend off the Men-at-Arms. Yeah, Lewis Eco is unsettling, but, I mean, it's a phosphor build. He'll be fine. Towering the gold. And now, what does he do? Bolus Riders. One range. Is one range all he needs? Or will he need two?
It really feels like you need two. I mean, they are still Cav Archers. They still have the Cav Archer train speed, so... Fast
Yeah,
Castle into
second.
one-range Cav Archer is pretty unimpressive. And the issue with the Bolas Rider play is that Bolas Riders are very good, but if you were to completely replace them with Cav Archers right now, you would think that this build is straight up bad, and Bolas Riders are basically a side grade from CA.
I don't know. I think they're a pretty big upgrade. They've seemed really strong every time I've seen them.
I mean, they're a little bit better. I mean, they're definitely a little bit better right out the gate, but it's not like... Again, they have one less base attack. Their movement speed is faster initially, slower without husbandry. 5 more HP, but then no bloodlines. So, not like they're that insane.
So Skirm's hunting down archers. As men-at-arms are in, but now men-at-arms should be cleaned by a Bolus Rider. As Lewis is just using the Skirms as best he can to hunt archers, and should get 2 or 3 of them in the middle.
And yeah, the charge attack is kind of nifty, but remember, you only get 2 bonus damage versus Cav, so it's literally 1 more attack than a regular Cav Archer versus Cav. If anything, the much higher accuracy is a bigger deal.
And, yep. That should be a decent fight, cleaning up a scout and a couple of archers, though. Oh no, the men-at-arms get a kill.
Yeah, you don't want to be
Harrison.
losing Bolas Riders to men-at-arms, as a rule.
Teaching him a lesson.
Yeah.
You don't want to be losing men-at-arms to TCs, but Hera gets away. Can Lewis just go forward here? I mean, Hera can't really get to Lewis's eco now. Can probably just go forward.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, no fletching in. I know it doesn't make sense, guys, but yes, fletching and Bodkin Arrow do affect Bolas
Yes.
Riders.
Now, fletching Bodkin for Hera as he's wall doing university doing a range. Expose should do the trick, says chat.
And,
Fletching.
that could have been very awkward for Hera, but he gets the Palisade Wall up in time, so he is Age of Kings. He is
Ooh.
A-okay. Loses a Vil, not super ideal, but it's okay at this point. He's ahead by 1,200 resources and is getting a better army.
But there's a hole. There's a hole,
Oh,
Ornlu.
never
There's a
mind.
hole, and the Bolus Riders are in. The Bolus Riders are in. Hera was not walled. The acacia trees debated him. One Bolus Rider going to the woodline. Hera's trying to quick wall. Can the Bolus Riders actually hit stuff without ballistics? They are in. And Hera's not realizing the raid on the woodline to the south.
Oh.
He's going to bring his crossbows back. Well, is this just a mastermind from Hera? His eco's completely idled, but can the crossbowmen win this fight? Can they win the fight without ballistics?
They're going to need to, because Hera simply cannot afford ballistics at the moment. He's trying to come in with some more walls. He can't even use stone walls because he had to sell all of his stone. And this is starting to look a lot better. Yes, the Bolas Riders are trapped, but they can, in theory,
They have
still run
Bodkin
down
on
the
the way.
crossbowmen.
This is going to have to be some good micro from Lewis. Micros he can win, maybe. Remember, the range is at home for Hera, too, so he can get reinforcements. So far, Hera's hasn't really been taking wood for a while. More Bolus Riders reinforcements come forward, and they'll hit the gold. They'll hit the gold from the outside. So as long as Lewis distracts the crossbows, Hera might not notice the gold vills dying.
Well, Lewis himself needed to focus that a little bit better, but now... You have to also be really careful when microing against the Bolas Riders, and sort of like one of their hidden superpowers is that when they slow down one unit, all of the rest of the group
hit
will
the
slow
group.
down to accommodate that slightly slower unit. So it actually makes microing against the Bolas Riders kind of tricky.
Kind of AoE 3-like with the snaring there.
Yeah. At least it's a
Some
very minor
respects.
effect. It's not like a 50% slowdown like with AoE 3.
Yeah, but that's 5 vills killed by Lewis. He can pick off a crossbow if he's paying attention. He's going to get to another wood line. Can Phosphoro look now? Is Lewis pulling this off?
Well, it isn't a full Foster because we do have an eco behind this, and it's not like he's really idled all that much in the grand scheme of things, and Hera does clean up at least one of the groups of Bolas Riders, and yet more are on the way.
Never
Right now,
stop.
Hera's finding himself
Never
getting
stop.
Mari'd pretty hard.
He is. He's doing ballistics now. And Lewis has to micro Bolus Riders everywhere and make sure they don't take stray deaths from crossbows. Oh, Lois is going for a forward workshop.
Yeah.
He's going in for the kill. He's going for the kill, Ornlu.
As he absolutely should here. The crossbowmen are going to scale a lot faster than the Bolas riders, especially once ballistics is in. I mean, you see the university from Hera, you know he's going to get a ballistics eventually. Double bit axe only just now coming in here for our red player. And you're going to need to be super, super careful taking fights now because the Bolas riders can get sniped pretty easily by the crossbowmen over time.
They can, but here's a Mangonel, not a Scorpion, a Mangonel from Lewis, who still has a score lead. Actually has a Vil lead. And has double bit axe, crucially enough. One Bolus Rider at home, even able to hit the remaining men-at-arms. So Lewis in about as good of a spot as he could hope for. As he still keeps using his mobility to try to pick Vils here and there. He needs ballistics himself. Gets another Vil on the wood line.
Oh, and he gets another Vil
So
on
many
the
of those
gold
Vils are
line
weak.
as well. Gold line just sounds wrong, though. On the gold mine.
Gold clump.
The gold
Oh,
line
wait,
is
that should be a
actually
map.
just the tram that brings us from Araucania to Portugal. You gotta take 5 stops along the gold
Mangonel.
line to get there.
What's Hera's deleting all the walls? What is he doing? That's good for Lewis, right? He can micro the
yeah,
Bolus Riders. Where's Hera gonna go? To the other gold.
Oh my goodness, that is so bizarre. Now more of our Bolas riders are coming in. Bowsaw even coming in as well. And it's
Hera
going to
has no
require some
gold.
peak Hera micro to win this.
He has no gold. Lewis just needs to make sure he doesn't throw away all the Bolus Riders. Repairs for the Mangonel. That Mangonel's gonna go down to all those crossbows, I think.
Oh, is it though, T-West? Those repairs are coming in pretty clutch.
Osaw for Lewis.
Oh,
He's
my
on the
goodness.
hill.
Okay, no, the Mangonel's still going to go down to the crossbow. Needs to get at least one more parting shot. That's
Oh,
enough.
he
That's
does,
enough to
he
get some
does.
value out of it.
He gets some value out of it. Lewis has another Mangonel. The Bolus Riders are running back. He doesn't want to fight ballistics crossbows. But, I mean, one-on-one, the Bolus Riders should win against crossbows. It's just the range of the crossbows that's their advantage. All the other stats in favor of the Bolus Riders. And if Lewis can get one more Mangonel hit, is Hera paying attention? Is Lewis paying attention? Is anyone paying attention?
Oh my goodness,
yes, he
T-West.
does.
That
He's
is
gonna do it.
huge. And, I mean, the
It's
big
huge,
difference
and
right now
he's
is
getting
ballistics.
a TC.
I mean,
There's a
ballistics-
second TC behind this.
Yeah, and this is where it feels much less like a Phosphorus and more of a just fast castle Bolas Rider build, as you really are starting to develop your eco quite nicely behind this. And
So third range for Hera. That's his second one at home.
And honestly, that was one of the big issues for Hera, is that he had to reinforce half his crossbowmen from one location and half from the other, and that made it a lot more difficult to get that big blob of units that you want against the Bolas Riders.
And crucially, when Hera ungarrisoned 3 crossbows, Lewis was there with a Bolus Rider to see it and didn't get hit. And now with settlements everywhere, if he needs skirmishers, he can do them. All right, like if there's one civ that can just suddenly get a lot of skirms out of nowhere, it's the Mapuche.
Indeed. Again, players have to be paying close attention. That's going to be a good one for Hera, able to snipe the Mangonel for free. Bill is going to be escorted back, and we're also going to have some relics start to come in here for red.
Lewis a good Mangonel shot, needs to get a parting shot. Can't repair in time. But he is such a good Vil lead now, up by 13 Vils. Up Hera. Awareness on the monk to snipe from that range. Starting to collect relics is Lewis. And so what now? Does Lewis just need skirms?
He doesn't really have the food income for skirms.
But you know what Lewis is going to do? He's going to be aware, okay, he's mostly walled, he's got TCs, he has a tower. And if Hera comes forward, he'll lose a Vil. But he'll see that and he'll send his Bolus Riders forward. What type of Mangonel shot will Hera get? Misses there. And now Hera, if Lewis pushes, he kills everything from Hera. Hera has nothing to stop this. He doesn't have the crossbow numbers. But Lewis
Doesn't
is
have
going to
the-
go back.
I actually kind of like this a little bit more. You don't run as much the risk of getting into a choke point and then getting hit by the Mangonel. Hera has no means of reinforcing this army, whereas you, with
doesn't.
the much faster unit, do have that ability. So eventually, this army is going to get clobbered by Hera, and then once you can take one more decisive fight, I think that might be enough for Lewis to take this one.
And because Lewis was forward there, causing some pressure against Hera, Hera had to group crossbows at the back, and that gives Lewis more time to field numbers himself at home, where he has a Mangonel from both sides Now, what is the Mangonel micro here from Lewis? If he micros this well, he can win the game.
Indeed. He will try and utilize the high ground. There is a villager on standby, at least to the right, to go for those repairs. And a glancing
Hera
shot there is
trying
going to
to
be enough to
move
damage
around.
over half the HP on the Mangonel.
Yeah, and Hera's going to try to move all of his army to the top right to group them all together.
Oh, but look at this. Lewis making sure that he still has the high ground. And here we go, T-West. This could be it.
Okay, units from both sides. Hera's not grouped up with his other crossbows. He's going to try to get to the top and raid. Lewis will just need to pay attention, and he clears the Mangonel. That's a lot of crossbows, though, for Hera. And Lewis still going for Bolus Riders, hasn't committed to skirms, and he'll need to notice which he does.
Yep.
The Lewis outpost giving him vision of Hera's crossbows as they try to get around to the back. And Mangonel shot, Hera splits, but while he's splitting, he's going to die to the Bolus Riders. Nice Mangonel hit.
Oh my goodness.
Nice
Hera
Mangonel hit. Hera stops microing.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
trying to hit Vils in the back.
Now,
Lewis
no
will do it.
ballistics is a big problem. There's a defensive Mangonel coming here to help out. Hera needs to be paying attention on multiple fronts here at once. And I mean, he will just eventually lose those crossbowmen.
Yep, and Lewis now with a 20-vil lead.
Repairs
I
will-
think what actually would be good for Lewis now is if he has his Mangonels and he just takes out that forward range.
Yeah, wouldn't hate that idea at all. Those crossbowmen are getting into a pretty good spot, honestly, forcing a lot of idle time. That's really about as good a situation as Hera could ask for. I will say, though, that it would behoove Lewis to switch into something else at some point, as the Bolas Riders are going to be getting a lot worse over time, and the crossbow numbers will start to scale quite nicely, especially for the Portuguese and their nice discount.
Yeah, and Hera getting a few Vil kills there. Probably more than Lewis really wants to be giving up. Lewis still no ballistics.
Oh, he eats a
Look at
huge
that
Mangonel shot.
Mangonel.
He's get at least one hit off, and it doesn't even get the kill. Cannot afford to lose a second Mangonel, and he does.
he
And
does.
this is suddenly turning right back into Hera's favor.
Yeah, Lewis needs to now clean army in multiple spots. The crossbowmen are so cheap, that kind of gives them a bit more mobility. And yeah, Lewis's eco is idled. He's on stone, though. Is he going to go for a castle in Konas? How are Konas? They have 3 pierce armor, so that's not the greatest. And
They
he
do
doesn't have as the
125
civ.
base HP, though, so with that is quite solid. And they have the
Yeah, but he doesn't-
1.55 movement speed, so again, they move
They're
quite
fast.
quickly. Yes.
And again, this all comes down to Lewis's Mangonel micro now. In
It
some
really
sense. If you can get good hits, you'll be okay. Hera on 3 TC, so he's ready to start closing that Vil gap. It was 20 Vils earlier. He's closed it to about 13.
Yeah, and Hera is not on stone, so if he is going to take middle control, it's either going to need to be with the TC or with army, at least for the time being. That said, he did take the good fights necessary to now be here in the middle of the map. Another Mangonel pops out at a crucial juncture, but it does not get the kill, which means it should be a 1-for-1, and it is.
It is. Ooh, that would have been sick if he got both. But now Hera can just micro those crossbows against the Mangonel. Lewis needs to repair.
Oh,
Scorpion's there in
it's enough.
time. Scorpion's enough. His Bolus Riders are forward, and Hera still is not walled. He overchopped. That'll be a few dead Vils. Lewis, he's going in to hit farmers too. He'll get a few Vils.
But Hera does snipe the
Yeah,
Mangonel. He's
he's
going to
no
snipe the
ballistics.
Scorpion as well, and you're right back to square one, where you have a bunch of crossbowmen in the back of your base.
Yeah. I mean, we're right back to the point where if Lewis ever had Elite Skirm and could get like 10 of them in his base against the crossbows, he'd be feeling much safer. If he could ever get somewhat walled, he'd be feeling much safer.
Yeah, it really would help him. And, I mean, he's got plenty of settlements and 2 archery ranges from which to train skirmishers. So,
Castle.
there we go. There's the castle. That is going to be a huge one. Konas are going to be very helpful. Malon, if you can afford it, is going to be very helpful. So, lots of opportunities there with that Mapuche castle.
And Lewis just has to be careful he doesn't lose all the Bolus Riders. But there are so many things that Lewis is lacking right now. Elite Skirm, ballistics. And can he get a trap? He can't. He's going to get out. Hera won't trap there. He might lose a Vil. Or not. No ballistics. Ballistics so important in DE.
It really
Oh,
is.
Mangonel in the back clears 4 crossbowmen from Hera.
Oh.
Lewis now safe in his base again. Crossbows everywhere though for Hera. And Lewis really has to be safe. Get back. Stop losing Vils.
And that's the thing for Hera, is that he's done such a good job of idling his opponent's eco that although he's down a bit in resources for sure, I mean, considering the villager discrepancy earlier, I mean, Hera's doing just fine. 2 Mangonels here could get some huge hits off!
But they could also be killed by the Bolus Riders. They close on them. They don't want to fight against... Oh, okay, they don't want to fight against that many crossbows.
You need to go heal those bad boys up, and unless I'm very mistaken, you do have herbal medicine as the Mapuche. I remember using that in the campaign. Always the best way to test if a Civ has herbal medicine.
Yep, and there is the Kona. That should clean a few crossbows. And, well, if there are melee cav on the field, that makes it much harder for Hera to use the Mangonels. Lewis has to be careful of the monks taking relics back to the monasteries, because he's lost one already, and the crossbow is going to pick off another. And Hera's done a great job of stopping Lewis from getting monks, or from getting relics this game.
Yep. But guys, Hera is going to click up to the Imperial Age, and, you know, 3 TCs close to each other to protect your economy, fast Imperial Age time, that is definitely a way to win a game of AoE 2 in so many situations, and this is one of them. And I can't really help but feel that going for skirmishers, and remember guys, Mapuche skirmishers have 10 extra HP. They have amazing skirmishers. It's starting to bite him in the butt, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, either skirms or ballistics. He's taken so many fights against crossbows where he wasn't getting hits without ballistics.
Yeah.
And Hera even going to take this fight.
Yeah, Hera's slightly ahead even in Res Destroyed at the moment, which is going to be nice for him. There's ballistics, guys.
Finally. Lewis with all the outposts. And Lewis getting a nice raid, though, on Hera, too. I mean, Lewis is still up by around 20 vills. But the simple thing for the Portuguese is they can get Imp. And they can go straight for Bracer and Chemistry. Arbalest, even. And Hera on Stone. This might be crazy, but if there's one Civ to have fewer vills and cutbacks, the Portuguese with Pretorias.
Yep. It is an absolutely fantastic building for just such a situation. However, the issue for Hera is that he has no way to solidify control of the high ground with our happy little shoe flag here in the center of the map. But
he doesn't.
That could be one way that Lewis can stall the game out for quite a long time and let that eco of his really start to shine.
Yeah, and still that forward archery range for Hera, I think, is really annoying. I think that Lewis even just one ram to clear the range right now could be nice. Just something to get that out of the way. Hera's had so many crossbowmen that he's able to group up together on his army that he trains in that range. It's been value sniping monks, being in a position to defend his siege, forging for Lewis, and he's nowhere close to Imp, so this is going to be full castle.
Yeah, but I'm just not sure that this is the exact composition you want for full Castle Age against archers. I still think that skirmishers are probably necessary. And right now, guys, Hera is in Imp. He's on 4 TC, so he's actually going to catch up in villager numbers very soon. And Lewis is going to struggle.
Yeah, and we see Hera getting off the middle now because he wants the upgrades. And Lewis will try to chase that down and take a fight before upgrades come in. Chemistry is slow, but Bracer is fast.
It's all faster with Portuguese, with that faster research speed, and
Indeed.
no Malon means that those clumped up crossbowmen are not going to get punished whatsoever.
Konas are there. And again, crossbows are very cheap, so even if Hera loses them, he can replenish them.
Yep.
And he's going to win the fight.
And again, Lewis's eco is better, but it's only a little bit better. It's not good enough where you can just start taking such reckless fights and expect to be winning in the long run, especially, again, Hera's going to catch up in vills very, very shortly.
Yeah, and Lewis will do a TC in the middle, but with chemistry done, Hera now can do Bombard Cannon. He's still with a slight military numbers advantage, but now Arbs won't care about the Mangonels, and honestly, they won't care about Konas. With 3 Pierce Armor, they'll be slaughtered. Hera, nice split.
Yep.
And does this TC even go up? This could be the beginning of the end for Lewis, as Hera now has a score lead.
Yeah, it's just... And I think part of this is also unfamiliarity with the Civ, where because most people haven't really played a ton of games with the Mapuche, and the games that you win, you typically win pretty fast, learning those transitions that you need to make is something that it's going to take everybody a long time to figure out, and I feel like Lewis just hasn't quite been able to thread that.
Yep. Although, to be fair, now he still is in the position. Hera, where does Hera get gold? I don't think he does. He has 1 TC left with 600 gold. And that is it. Hera's going to try for the castle, and he wants that gold in the middle.
Yeah, doesn't he just get the middle gold? I don't think you can kill this army. Okay, now Skirmisher's coming in.
Yeah, now Skirmisher's coming in. That's going to have to be the play for Lewis. I don't think it's going to be in time. He might need to garrison that TC, and he just has to YOLO this. 2 rams for Lewis. He has a lot of military here, and it's going to be one big fight, but Arbalest now is in. Lewis is going to do his own castle, but he doesn't have as many vills. I think that Hera gets the castle up and just wins the game here.
This isn't even but they're not in time. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh no. Lewis, despite being 30 pop ahead, is going to not deny the castle. Hera still has plenty of arbs alive. Lewis may get his own castle out, but of course the castle fires a bunch of extra arrows, and nope, that is 82%. That's not happening at the moment. And yeah, no Malon, no fun right there. So many clumped up units could be taking a ton of damage.
And now just you're in the castle age, and nothing you make has enough pierce armor to fight Arbalests when they get all their upgrades. They get 10 attack. The best you can do is a skirm with 6 pierce armor, or with 5 pierce armor. And those still get shredded.
Yeah, and this is, you know, where the Bolas Riders work very well in early Castle Age because they get essentially some upgrades for free relative to Cav Archers, but unless you're fighting explicitly cavalry, they do not scale very well at all once you get past that early Castle Age time frame. That castle is still being attempted, but...
he's sending everyone. Well, he's sending everyone, and he has rams. This is his last chance to go for a ram push and take down this castle. Hera will have to do a treb. But if Lewis can take down the castle, he might still have a chance, because Hera without gold might struggle to replace the Arbalest numbers. And Lewis can still have some type of full-on castle, raid the eco. Look at Hera's eco, look at the idols. He's got 28 idle villagers, Ornlu. The villagers are not by the castle anymore. Or Lewis is going to push the castle. He's getting skirms. He's got 4 rams. Hera will get 1 treb.
The scores
Petards
are too disparate. Hera's mining a ton of stone right now, which he can use to sell for gold in the short run. The Petard Ram combo is tried and true for a reason. It destroys castles really fast. Now, Hera will be able to secure 1 trebuchet at this point, which is going to provide some good consistent damage, especially with a bunch of vills nearby. But yeah,
the castle goes down.
That sure as heck isn't happening.
Lewis, the reigning sudden disaster champion, destroys the castle, and he's still alive. He's doing ranges, and he's doing skirms in the middle.
Hera, why are you not repairing that trebuchet?
Can Hera protect his treb?
I guess it's okay for now. I still have no idea why Lewis isn't getting Malon. It's such an insane upgrade.
Does he know what it is?
I mean, you have to, right? You're picking a Civ in a tournament. It's not like the Civ has been out for, you know, a week. It's been out for a quarter of a year.
All right, so Lewis still, look at that eco, 45.1k resources collected. Hera moving around the base of the mountain, and he will see there's a gold there, but so will Lewis, so that'll be hard for Hera to take. And Hera, maybe thinking he won the game with the castle, Lewis sent the village to raise his own castle, and now has all the remaining gold control on the map.
And Hera never added in Federias when he had the chance. He just turned it into more Arvalests, which isn't necessarily a bad decision, but it meant that Hera needed to do something soon. And there's Malon, guys. Remember, Malon gives your Bolas Riders, Slingers, and Skirmishers pass-through damage. It turns them into mini Scorpions, and although that damage is oftentimes 1 because of the low base attack of those units, that 1 damage with so many units really adds up.
Yep, and now Lewis just about to have the Scorpion Skirmishers. And another castle race on the remaining gold, where Lewis maybe just wasted some of his rams going for a push on that archery range. But Lewis, that's 25 skirms against 25 arbs, and since the arbs cost gold, that'll be harder to replace them.
Hera getting scale barding armor, and, you know, if there's anybody that we would expect to light cav his way back to victory, it would be Hera. That said, he doesn't have the economy for that whatsoever at the moment, so although his TC count is very good, he's not there yet.
28 idle vills. There's a lot of wood around the outside of the map. It's acacia forest, so it lasts for a long time. But Hera is just not making the farms. How many skirms can Lewis get? It's 170 to 127 pop. Can Lewis get to 200 pop with skirms and then just brute force fights?
It's certainly possible. Masonry's coming in. Arb's getting some good shots in, though, and at least for the time being, Hera's going to keep the castle alive, and as soon as the castle goes down from Lewis, he will have access to a bit more
two
gold.
trebs. Yeah, 2 trebs now, but only 2 tiles of gold. Lewis still has 6 tiles atop the top of Mount Kilimanjaro.
All right, it's going to try and go for another
And
castle
Lewis-
there at the back.
Yeah, I mean the skirms can just raid the eco now. They won't care too much about TC fire. And right now, the only real thing Imp would give Lewis is armor on the skirms. I think he's fine to stay in the Castle Age. Maybe he needs to destroy Hera's market. That's forward.
Oh, so it is. I was looking over the front of Hera's base for his market. I'm like, I don't see it too, but oh,
It's at the front. Yeah, and I mean Lewis. He has now all of those settlements. If Hera tries to raid with Arbs, Lewis will get skirms everywhere. Lewis is going to get 40 plus skirms. He's at 140 vills. He has a petard, and now he can raid everywhere with skirms. It's just Arbs defending that as Hera tries to go for more TCs.
He does, and there's 4 tiles of gold there to the north. And
How did that gold
Hera
get
hasn't
there?
scouted it.
What?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Why the heck is that gold there?
I don't know.
I don't know either. What? I have not seen that on Kilimanjaro. Why is there gold there?
Because it wants to, and you can't tell the gold what to do.
You bugged map re?
Laggery, let's go.
That is weird. Is that one of the players' gold that spawned up there? What is that?
I have
They have
no
a 4
idea,
tile gold.
but it is almost
well,
perfectly between the 2 players, so nobody can really say it's advantageous to anybody.
And it's perfectly not scouted by either of them.
Yeah. All right, guys, 2
Someone
trebuchets
sees it
working
now.
away
Lewis sees it.
at the
Hera
castle.
doesn't.
Rams are coming in to try and deal with the trebuchets. There is only a
Lewis is up to
mangonel to
Imp.
deal with the Rams. Oh wait, the Rams weren't perfectly targeting the units. It might still end up working out though.
Oh, the treb very low. Can the skirms get it?
Nope,
Oh, 1 treb stays up.
but he can keep repairing.
Imp now. Yeah, Lewis has enough stone. He can repair against 1 treb on a hill for a while.
Yeah.
Still at 200 pop. Hera expanding to the south for more TCs, just trying to take more map control.
Yeah, I mean, Hera's been so diligent about spamming TCs all over the place, but it does mean he's running low on stone. There are 17 Konas in the queue from 3 castles. That's plenty of production. And once Imp comes in, Elite Kona is fantastic. Butulmapu is really handy in a long game, giving you a discount on all those units. And then Chemistry is also huge because it gives you even more pass-through damage.
Yep, and that's going to be key. I think those are the upgrades that Lewis needs more than anything. Actually, though, just armor on the skirms.
Yeah, for sure. And
He
look
gets
at
his
that.
Treb. So Hera trying to make a scout swap. All right, so Hera's going to do Hera things. And he's going to go for the farms.
I mean, organs in theory would be exactly what Hera wants, but Hera has been playing a very sort of low stone mining, castle building, no Faderia situation, so he's not really going full Portuguese in that case.
Yeah. So my best guess is, since I use the DE map script, that there are neutral golds that have to avoid players by so much distance that they pretty much never spawn. And I'm guessing one of them just happened to spawn.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be something I fix then.
Yeah, I don't think you have to worry about it too much. Elite Kona is now in, and those guys do actually get a bit of a Pierce Armor boost. You do get 5 Pierce Armor on those, and the 1.55 movement speed is still excellent. And now the skirms can camp the high ground even better as soon as +4 comes in.
Yeah, more settlements for Lewis, which is just more skirm production if he needs it.
And there's Butulmapu, one of my favorite texts to say.
Butulmapu.
And more Kona's raiding, and this is looking even better for Lewis. He's at 200 population. He's able to bring forth his own trebuchets. Hera's score is
He'll see
still
the light
okay.
cap.
But Lewis also has 5 relics, guys. I mean, it's what Lewis does. He's been so diligent all tournament about picking those up.
He's even going for a defensive tower and now making skirms from the settlements to clean the arbs. Lewis dropping a bit in vills, but that'll just mean he has more skirms. And right now he has his own trebs atop the hill. Hera has no bombard cannon. And if Lewis just makes more settlements, you know what he can also make from them? He can also make halbs.
You can. You still need to get upgrades at the barracks, but you still have the barracks from the very beginning of the game, so that's not an issue. And Ring Archer armor is a huge one there for the skirmishers, and honestly, just generic discounted arbs and Lightcav feels like a pretty unimpressive army composition for Hera at this stage. And thank you, Neftron, for the 43 months.
Oh, thank you for the sub to Ornlu.
Indeed.
So now we have the Elite Kona. They have 5 Pierce armor, still not impressive against arbs. Plate Barding armor for the Lightcav, so they can tank the skirms a bit, but that pass-through damage will still be sick.
Yeah.
Armor now for the skirms. And Lewis with the Treb. Well, Hera's gonna take the random gold that spawned somehow.
And that's going to be super important,
But
actually, because Hera has very limited gold access otherwise. Handcart finally coming in for Lewis. It still isn't here for Hera. It just goes to show what an absurdly chaotic game this has been as Hera loses his final castle, T-West.
Loses the castle, and he's also losing his economy. He's gonna drop under 100 villas as the Kona go to raid him. And we're gonna have a Kona Skirm versus Lightcav Arb battle in the north.
Oh no! Hera! He doesn't have the last armor upgrade either. It just exacerbates the issue, and Hera gets obliterated.
The Scorpion Skirms kill all of the Arbalest. Hera was bunched up. He didn't have the armor. What are the stats here? No bracer. So that's 6 pierce attack.
+4.
And +4 against archers. Against
so it's
2
8
pierce armor.
It's 8 divided by 2 on the extra. So it's 8 damage on the main target and 4 damage on every other archer it hits. And there are like almost 40 skirmishers at the start of that fight.
40 skirmishers. You can't fight in the shade of those javelins. As Lewis now goes up 3-1 over Hera, and it might be Lewis who is the player to end Hera's S-tier streak.
That would be poetic, considering Lewis has been Hera's protege for the past couple years or whatever.
He's one more win. 3-1 lead for Lewis.
And that was the last pick there versus the 4th pick. And Lewis with a great win. And we've seen Hera make comebacks before, but he's going to need to do it again right now. He has
also the
maps he needs to
skirms. All the extra HP they had too.
Yeah,
Great for that fight. Like
more
Cav
than
not
Imp
killing them.
skirms, T-West. 50 HP in Imperial Age.
More than Imp Skirm. Oh my gosh, imagine if that Civ had Imp Skirms. They'd get the extra attack too.
Yeah, you can get Imp skirms with pass-through damage.
Oh, we got a team game that. Oh my gosh.
That would be a fun one.
We get...
That said, Imp skirms would also still have only 50 HP because Imp skirms don't actually have any more base HP than Imperial, or than Elite skirmishers.
All right, I'm going to take a very quick break. Hold down the chat for me.
Will do, Chief. All right, guys. Hope you're all having lots of fun. This has been quite the exciting series. Always fun to cast with my good buddy T-West. Genitours would rule? I haven't checked that one. Are Genitours typically benefit from anything skirmisher specifically related? So I would imagine they'd also get the extra HP. Good viewer numbers? Yeah, I mean, I hope you're all having fun, for sure. I know that you are all deprived of your T90 Dave experience for the rest of the tournament, so hopefully T-West and I can fill the gap, so to say. All right, Crossroads is going to be potentially Hera's final stand. It is Lewis's home map. Huns, Vietnamese, Shu, all viable civs there. I would hazard maybe... I mean, I would say Huns would be for African clearing, but because you have Spanish there, probably going to be going Huns here. And then Hera can go either Dravidians or Italians or Malay. You deserve the hero we needed. Yeah, I think T90 is doing wedding stuff. And Dave is, of course, going to be at T90's wedding. Malautoman Hard? Oh, it's a fun one, guys. If you haven't played much Mapuche yet, it's a super fun civ. Yeah, I don't know the specifics. Mapuche ever again? It's a tough one, man. You gotta love it. But yeah, chat's poppin'. I'm getting plenty of viewers. T West is, of course, killing it these days. All credit to him for his hard work. And this is some good stuff, guys. And remember, we have how many more days of this? It's Wednesday, so we have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So 4 more days after this.
That's a lot of days.
It is. And I did all of my job interview homework, so I'm here to cast the rest of the tournament.
Ooh, Ornlu with homework.
I know.
Is this the Hera streak ender? It might be. I mean, Lewis is the GOAT for a reason.
Indeed. I mentioned earlier, Civ matchup is probably going to be Huns for Lewis, although he has options. And for Hera, it's either Italians or Dravidians, whichever he prefers. Yeah, Hera's Dunzos if he loses.
Hera about to come back like the Pistons against the Magic. I mean, Lewis has blown a 3-1 lead against MBL before. That was in the Red Bull qualifier. Yep. So he's been in this position before, a similar position. And honestly, at this point, who cares if anyone wins Warlords? This is the set right here.
Yeah. I mean, it's just fun. Lewis has been super focused, and he's been improving very rapidly. I do think Hera has been playing below his personal peak, but I think that it's still good for AoE that Hera can't coast and still win, right?
Should have picked Shorelines if he wanted to coast.
Pick Coast to Mountains if he wanted to coast.
Oh, didn't Hera win? Is the tournament still going on, or did Hera win it already? I thought he won it.
Oh, the Warcraft tournament? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's what I was told. Maybe I was lied to, though. Oh, it's still on?
Hera won, Hera won, Hera won.
Some people say it's going on. Some people say he won it. Yeah, I was told he lost in the first round, then made a loser's bracket run to reverse sweep the finals.
Yeah.
It's over. Ended on Sunday. Okay, we got one guy. That's why we need. That's why we're Americans. We have a democracy, and we vote. We vote on whether the tournament's going on or not.
We vote on factual information if we believe it or not. That is the most American way possible.
Yes. That is how our country works. So, Crossroads, they have launched. It will be Italians for Hera against Vietnamese for Lewis, where Lewis is going for the kill.
He sure
We have
is.
a democratic republic, Barbarous.
Yeah.
That is gerrymandered to all heck.
It's okay. At least the Senate isn't gerrymandered. Unless you think that the Senate is intrinsically gerrymandered because it's not perfectly proportional.
Which it is, Ornlu. Come on.
It absolutely is.
The entire point of the Senate is to be gerrymandered.
Yep. That goes back to America's early history when states had significantly more individual identity than national American identity, which has completely changed over time. Unless you're in Texas.
Texas, to be fair, you gotta give credit to Texas for their staunch individualism and their state flag.
Indeed.
They do have the best state flag.
Now it's Maryland.
Nah, it's Texas. Texas has the pride in the flag to carry it.
Yeah, that's true.
I gerrymandered the gold placement on Kilimanjaro, and I still couldn't even help Hera.
Oh, no.
Lewis is just too good. So we'll have Lewis as the red Vietnamese. He'll be to the northwest. Hera as the blue Italians. He'll be to the southeast. And his tournament life is on the line. His S-tier streak is on the line. And his dynasty maybe is on the line. It'll be maybe, what, 2.5 years of a dynasty compared to Viper for, like, 10 years?
Yep. That said, I always think it's comparing apples to oranges, like the Hera run versus the Viper run. There just happen to be so many more tournaments when Hera is at his peak than with Viper. but also there's, a higher level of competition than there was back then, so I really don't
I don't
think
even
you
know
can
if
say-
there's a higher level of competition, because Vipers had a ton of players from Yo to Leary to Riot over the years that have really pushed him.
Oh,
to
for
Jordan. But I think it's just more that there are more people who actually can watch AoE 2. Viper's reign was kind of during the rise of spectating, right? Remember when
Yes.
he started playing in 2012, you had to co-op someone, just pick the same color to watch them. There wasn't the infrastructure and tournament scene set up like there is today, where everyone's watching, and we can see Hera before our own eyes.
He is not real, though, T West. It's an illusion.
It's an illusion.
All right, guys, Doc coming in on the same side for each player. You'd think that this might favor Italians, who might be looking to do something a bit more aquatic than the Vietnamese.
A bit more aquatic than the Vietnamese, you might say.
Didn't I just say
that, more
aquatic?
aquatic.
I just said
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Oh, yes. We say terrestrial for land maps and aquatic for water maps. That way we use words that are unnecessarily complicated.
Okay, and what do you say for those space maps on Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds?
Interstellar?
Interstellar, okay, I like that. I was gonna go with extraterrestrial, but I like Interstellar too.
Yeah, extraterrestrial also works. Depends on which movie you prefer watching, E.T. or Interstellar.
Poor Doubt not getting a mention. Doubt and Chris were the days. That's when I started watching AoE too.
Yep, same.
I mean, Chris. Remember, Chris is still around. He's still like top 50 whenever he goes to play on the ladder. He's still grinding.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's in his 40s now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so is Doubt.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Lord is timeless, though.
Yeah, I'm still so enamored by Chris's Chinese demo ship fast castles on migration from Nations Cup.
Apples and oranges are both fruits that can be compared. Well, I think that's it. The point is that you have to compare apples to other apples and oranges to other oranges. If you're like, oh, what's a better apple? Is it another apple or an orange?
Well, what fruit is Doubt in this analogy?
A dragon fruit, because Doubt is the dragon.
Doubt still be destroying random scrubs at age 95. I'm sure he will be. So
And
anyway,
TOS is
Crossroads,
Durian,
we
by the way,
have...
because he's stinky.
Oh boy, Ornlu. Anyway, we have all the wood in the middle, players doing their lumber camps. They'll be walling in their wood lines. No one going for one of those early trushes, not a Tato-styled build this game. Vietnamese, I feel that Italians maybe have some power spikes, but long-run imp skirms should be tricky for them to deal with. And then you get to the point where Vietnamese have siege engineers. So even though the Italian cannon are cheaper, they won't be as good.
Yeah, and it feels like Vietnamese are going to be one of the best civs at camping hills. With the imp skirms, you can just get so many units out. Both civs can tower quite effectively, though. And it'll be really interesting to see who prioritizes water the most, because Lewis is actually the player who's continuing to queue up more fishing ships. Hera is not at the moment.
Yep, and there's always the issue I see whenever I cast a water map or a hybrid map these days. I feel like whoever wins the water ends up losing the game. Almost always. They overinvest in the water. We saw that on the Mirkwood game earlier today with the fire archers.
Yep.
And Barl's winning for the most part on the water, having more fish, and then died on land. And there's Hera up to feudal, expanding his docks. Double bit axe.
Laggery, always a laggery.
Major lag. He's streaming his point of view now. So, to the admins, so they know when he's lagging.
Indeed.
Hera could steal sheep. I mean, only one filled by the TC.
You can't
Not gonna
steal
go
sheep
for it,
from
though.
the goat, T-West. Because then you
Only if
have to
you're Celts.
differentiate between the sheep and the goats.
Only sheep here, only sheep here. We're good.
Major lag and kernel delay. I like that. All right. We do actually have a scouting fishing ship here from Lewis, actually checking to see how much Hera is investing into the water.
Okay.
He will see one dock, but he doesn't necessarily
that.
know about the second.
Well, you gotta remember William Wallace, where the guy told you that fishing ships are also useful for exploring.
I know.
Well, actually, Hera with 2 hulks just box formationed on top of each other there. In hulk stack.
Always fear the Hulk stat. And right now, the fishing ships are going to be going to the safety of the dock the villager can repair. And it's not like the Italian ships are any better here, really at any stage of the game, but right now it's just generic hulks versus generic hulks. And thus far, the eco is still even.
And Archer transition on land for Hera. Lewis has seen it. And Lewis will go for his own skirms. He'll be walling fully. So
And he's
skirms
also
and
going for
fighting
the
on
water on the high ground, on the upper portion of the map. So docks all over the place here from Lewis. That said, what Hera's been doing is not spending much food, and he could be getting a very quick castle age time as the Italians.
Why play archers into Vietnamese? They kind of synergize with the uptiming more. And they're usually a strength for the Italians too.
Yeah, it's less of, oh, I don't want to allow the Vietnamese to go into skirmishers and have that be successful, which, I mean, is true to some extent, but the most important thing here for Hera is that the archers don't cost food, and that will enable him to get a better castle age time, and crossbowmen beat feudal age skirmishers, so the logic still works just fine. If that makes sense.
So spear from Lewis will come down, chase the scout a bit.
Thus far, Hera is a few villagers ahead, 11 to 8 fishing ships, and they're all here on this southern portion. Hera not really looking at the north yet whatsoever. And right now,
And
that
mark it
castle age
up.
timing is going to be brutal.
Yeah, mark it up for Lewis. And that's the thing about this map. The timings the Italians have give them power spikes for controlling the wood. And that imp power spike too still is lingering over this game, looming over the game, that Hera would have bombard cannon very early to push wood lines.
That's
if
a
he
quick
gets to that stage.
3 dead eco units for Lewis, who's now heavily using the market, but this is already getting really awkward for him because Hera's already on his way up to the castle age. It's, again, part of it's the difference between 7 skirmishers and 7 archers. Hera also making more fishing ships. He's just slightly ahead in food collected, but now it just feels like Lewis is starting to really fall behind.
Yeah, but you know what? I kind of like Lewis's move to go for that dock in the north. And I think he actually could maybe stop investing into the south here and just concede that Hera will take this water. He only has 5 fishing ships, and he can reamass the ships to the north, keep his fish eco running, and hope that Hera is over-investing into the south, maybe going medium warships trying to push docks if he needs a couple of fires.
It's something to consider. My concern, though, is that Hera is still going to be up to castle age faster. This is, though, exactly what Lewis wants. No fletching in yet, but he senses Hera is probably up to castle age, so he's trying to snipe as many of those archers as he can with his skirmishers before the timing advantage kicks in. Hera will have a few scouts to help deal with that, but any little trade you can get at the moment is great for Lewis.
Yep, and now that Hera is up, Lewis will bring the skirms back, had 1 spear to deal with the scouts. And there's Bodkin, crossbow, bow saw, and medium warships, all for Hera. Lewis doing more hulks. And now it's just a question of, is that Hulk a mistake? Which maybe it is.
And the good old Bod Crow Saw plus medium warships, and right now Hera is simply walking across the map with a crossbowman timing. Hard to get more classic AoE than that, as now skirmishers gonna try and do what they can to hold the line. No fletching even in, though, and that is gonna be really, really tough, because even though Castle Age is in, you can't really afford a whole lot as Lewis.
And Lewis, what he is going to afford is a town center, and he will have to build that through the entire wood line to keep it safe. He isn't even fully walled at home, trying to do a few more tiles. Might lose a vill. Now he pulls back. And fletching, bow saw, armor, but no elite skirm. There finally is elite skirm. Lewis struggled to afford that for a bit. Armor for Hera, and maybe he goes for a knight swap. Yeah, there's 1 knight.
And yet, what we don't see from players typically is those knight upgrades invested, right? When we see crossbowman knight, it's usually almost all of the prioritization is crossbowman. and then you get a few knights to snipe stray mangonels or to put pressure on skirmishers. It's going to be tough if you just have almost all your investment into the crossbowmen to deal with all the Vietnamese skirmishers, especially once Bodkin comes in.
And here come the knights, chasing the skirms. Skirms atop the hill will chase down the crossbowmen.
Monk is on the way to help deal with some stray knights. Bodkin, of course, is a huge one. Hera, though, is adding in TC number 3. And my concern for Lewis is he might just get out ecoed.
And Hera now with a pretty good score lead. Res collected are starting to move in his favor. And he will even scout the other dock. Ooh, Lewis can actually garrison fishing ships and kill some crossbows here. You notice that? Or not?
Maybe not. At the very least, that villager will
another
complete
dock.
the second dock, so there's going to be plenty of more space there for Lewis to fish. That said, Hera himself is going to be going here to the north, and as far as I'm aware, Lewis never got the medium warships upgrade.
I don't know where it is in the tech tree. Naval, probably? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
You can I guess see it 3 times on the first 3 ships that he doesn't have it.
That is my understanding there as well. That said, knights are here, and they just have the +1 defense, but that's still enough to scare away the skirmishers for now. That said, Hera's own offensive capabilities are getting quite low at this point as the army is slowly getting traded down.
Will this monk get a conversion? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. And that is huge to stop the knight and crossbow push. That conversion was amazing. Now the crossbow goes down. The knight will lose HP to the spear. And yeah, as you said, Hera's offensive push stalling out as he did go for a 3rd TC. And redocking the top right-hand side might be going for more hulks to push on the water.
Yeah, it is Hera's major advantage at this point. He has 11 fishing ships, although the actual fish are going to start to run low very soon. And unlike some other maps, if you try and fish boom, right around the docks, you're right there on the side of the map, so it's going to be much more difficult to keep those fishing ships safe over the course of a longer game. That said, as soon as you can keep your opponent off the fish, you're going to be happy.
Yeah, 3rd TC from both of them, but Hera taking a good actual villager lead, 52 to 50, and with the extra TCs earlier, should increase that. He was doing wheelbarrow.
Always great to see Vietnamese grab wheelbarrow nice and early, especially you got 14 farms. Great time to pick up that upgrade. Monk going to go for another conversion. And at the moment, at the very least, everything still feels even enough. Random converted knight trying to find some value. Don't think that's going to do a whole lot. And eco upgrades are just better here for Lewis across the board, so that's certainly something. But yeah, no medium warships yet. In fact, even grabbing ballistics, which is going to be quite helpful, as Hera's just focused on, well, booming at the moment.
And booming, taking water. It feels just kind of like a smooth Hera-like game, though. He's taking quite a few small advantages here and there, and just needs to turn them all into an Italian uptiming.
Yeah, and that seems like the most likely course of events at this stage, and I do feel like hybrid maps, more than any other, are going to favor the current best players in the world. It just always seems like they're so execution-oriented, and the top-tier tournament players have so much more experience on them, that it feels like, yeah, Hera's the best player on basically every map, but it feels even more exacerbated on a hybrid map like this.
Yeah. And it's not really as much as it is kind of gimmicky with the 4 hills in the middle, it's not a very complicated map.
No.
Right? You look at it and you see pretty much what it is right away.
Crossbow going to try and snipe a monk right there, and they will be successful. So a bit annoying there. But something that's always important to keep an eye out for on this map, speaking of the gimmicky aspect of it, is controlling that second hill. Because this one hill isn't going to last you forever, and you're going to need at least to secure one other one as we transition more towards the Imperial Age.
Now the skirms will chase the crossbowmen away. As the monks head over to heal the knights for Hera. Is this 3 knights enough? I don't want Hera... Or I think if I'm Hera, I don't want to lose monks to skirms needlessly.
But I like losing monks to skirms needlessly. It's kind of what I'm really good at, actually. So I feel like you're being a little unfair there to the skirmishers and the monks. Oh,
Look at the
nice hits there with
javelin
the light
arcs on
cab.
those hills.
Oh, and nice job, Hera, trying to micro down the Vil, but she will escape, and that +2 defense is, of course, going to be huge, as it will nullify all but one of the damage dealt by the crossbowman.
Yeah, there's leather archer armor for Lewis.
Yeah, Hera's going to click up to Imp as soon as he's getting a second building, so he's a little late with that, but Hera's still going to be getting a significant uptiming advantage, and yes, Hera's eco upgrades are worse, but just the sheer macro, that getting those villager cycles down sooner, getting the TCs down faster, getting more fishing ships, all of that has heavily favored Hera this game, and it's going to manifest itself in a big timing advantage. Well,
Yeah,
I mean
Lewis
that.
actually, though, ahead in resources collected, ahead very much in upgrades. He has handcart now. Hera just doing wheelbarrow. Hera doesn't have horse collar for a lot of 34 farms without horse collar, and he clicks Imp. But at the same time as Lewis actually a couple of seconds ahead.
That's a little surprising, and Hera had the resources for Italian Imp for quite a while, but not having that university in time. Big time.
Yeah.
It should have been a big timing advantage.
Yeah, and Hera's starting to add fish traps. You look at the Vil difference here, he's up by 20 Vils, but a lot of that is fishing ships that are basically out of fish in the southwest. So yeah, he still has more Vils, but then they don't have the upgrades. And because of that, Lewis is still ahead in res collected.
And Guard Tower is
Guard
coming
Tower.
in. Imp going to be similar times for both players, and although both of these civs are very strong in early Imperial Age, Vietnamese to me have always been one of the best early Imp civs, and now the skirm numbers are going to climb, and it's going to be, I think, difficult for Hera to secure that second wood line.
Yeah, interesting. So I look at these two civs, and I think Italians, with their speed, should usually have the better early Imp, and it's Vietnamese that have maybe the long-run better Imp. But Fire Lancer Imp Skirm, how did Condottieri do against Fire Lancers?
So not the best. I mean, it's like okay. Neither unit gets bonus damage against the other.
Yeah, Condos get bonus against Fire Lancers. They're gunpowder units. They should get plus
Oh,
10.
wait, never mind. Yeah, my bad. I was just thinking of the shotgun infantry. Yeah. Condos crush Fire Lancers. My bad.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. And Fire Lancers are anti-cav. The problem with Condottieri is you need to do all of the armor upgrades in order to have them tank skirms. It's a weird thing, but they really don't like fighting skirms, because skirms, I think, still do 2 damage when Condottieri get to 5 armor.
That is correct.
5 pierce armor.
Because
Do they get to 6, or is it just 5?
it's just 5. Because they have no base pierce armor, and you get 1 armor
Okay, they
for
have
free
no
as
base.
the Italians. And right now, the towers are in an excellent position here for Lewis, and yeah, Hera needs to make that transition to the other wood line, but he lost his first wood line in the process, so that's not really something to feel great about. Imp Skirm and Brakes are coming in, guys, and this is Hera up against the wall. Remember, if he loses this game, he is out of the tournament.
He still has a score lead during the castle. But he's down in res collected. So Lewis doing the guard towers is a trade-off that his castle will be later, but he's going to clear one of the wood lines. But since he's the Vietnamese, they're bombard cannon civ. The castle being later trebs won't maybe quite matter as much since he has more siege options. Oh, does the tower deny the castle? Does the tower deny the castle?
I don't know, T-West. The monks are going to get sniped. They convert a couple of Imp Skirms, obviously not the most valuable unit in the world, but this feels like it's a protracted enough fight that the castle's going to go in. Lewis will have to abandon that tower, and at the very least, Hera's going to be okay in the short run.
Yep. And Lewis still doesn't have the biggest numbers, and still crossbowmen will be scary if Hera can add the siege to deal with the imp skirms. The knights are going to be tricky against fire lancers, but he needs something else against the skirms.
And yet Hera's not a heavy siege player, you know? Even when Hera is out there crushing tournaments left, right, and center, he's never been somebody to really heavily invest into a bunch of siege units. Much more Arbalest plus Hussar raid kind of guy with a few trebs and bombard cannons. And there's only 1 treb at the moment right now for Hera.
Well, it's enough to start clearing towers.
Yep.
And it'll give him more wood access. And also remember, he is the Italians. He should, in the long run, be the better water civ. Maybe an option to add, like, Galleon to the southwest, or Cannon Galleon even, to clear TCs and farming space from Lewis. So Lewis should be struggling to take the resources on the outside against the Italians.
Yeah, it could be tough, especially because those extra resources are so close to the shoreline. Going full Lepanto on that map script there, T-West. Wing Archer armor is going to be huge, though, and those Imp Skirms are just going to be so difficult for Hera to come up with an answer to. Yeah, Vietnamese
What did we say
keeps.
earlier? Hera needs a map where he can coast. This could be it.
Plenty of coast on this map. And HCA, I don't know, T-West. I really don't like this transition for Lewis. I would have preferred either Arm or Tan Archer.
Yeah, the tricky thing about heavy cav archer against Italians is that Genoese crossbowmen will do well against them, whereas they do poorly usually against Arbor or Tan Archer.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand not wanting to go for Tan Archer at the moment because you just have the one castle, so it's going to be tough to get those going. But it feels like you're opening up your opponent compositionally in a situation where they normally don't have that option. And meanwhile, Hera is going to make a switch into the condos. I don't know, TUS. What do you think? Do you think Hera can claw his way back into this one? He's getting another castle to the south, and he's starting to get himself set up for the late game.
Yeah, and we're seeing Lewis now taking the score lead. But Hera going for another castle to secure his wood. Does this tower deny a castle? There are way too many vills there for Hera. That wasn't even intentional. It was just there.
Yeah, that's, well, another sad day for all fans of towers denying castles.
Well, that's within Murder Hole's range, right? Both of them go up. The tower could deny the wood line for a bit.
Yes, I do think it is in Murder Hole's range.
Yep.
Oh, the villagers
Hera
are
needs
having
some
to
murder
go away
holes.
there.
Oh, it's gonna hit the vills and the gold. That's actually crazy, that tower positioning. There's the
Yeah.
condo going down.
And to the credit of the heavy cav archers, this is something they can do extremely well, running into the economy of Hera. He does have a fair bit of defensive structures between the TCs and castles, and yet Lewis doing a beautiful job of finding those chinks in the armor, and Hera is going to have even more eco idled.
Yeah, there's vills going down. What is happening in Lewis's base? He has a castle. There's a fire galleys, hulks. They don't have range. They can't hit anything that far in. There's one blue dot there. Lewis is massacring the miners on the northeast near the coast, and it's Lewis who is coasting. Lewis who's coasting, stopping Hera from taking all gold. This is the cav archer switch paying off. He has mobility from it. Mobility to control the golds.
It's not a good
more so
long-run
than
play,
he'd get from Arbs or Skirms.
it's a great short run play, and Lewis had the eco to make it work, and the tower that we mocked, the tower is getting the last laugh, guys. It has 10 kills, 10 villager kills, making that almost 11. It's still denying the gold, and guys, we might be seeing AoE history made right here as both trebuchets fall for Hera, and Lewis has a 50 pop lead.
Lewis has a 50 pop lead, and he has what I think is the better late game Civ. Imp Skirm, so he has the fully upgraded Imp Skirms. That's what the Vietnamese want in the long run. And maybe he's just missing crop rotation and two-man saw. But Hera's gonna need to find a way back into this without gold access, and with having the worst Skirm without gold access.
Well, Lewis is going to try and keep his advantage, T-West, because that upgrade's coming in. Vietnamese missed both of the building HP and armor upgrades, but you do have fully upgraded keeps with arrow slits, so you can still do all the damage that you're looking for.
The Vill's ejected out of that keep, but the Treb will try to take that out as the cannon destroy the castle. Hera, 2 castles remaining. Feels like a campaign, 2 castles remaining. He's got stone for 1 more. He's just about to finish that stone. And Lewis even towering the western shoreline with keeps to push Hera back away from those other resources. Lewis doing everything he can to control the map.
And this is going to be so tough for Hera to try and reclaim. Lewis is being so annoying with these keeps. He's doing a great job placing those. If they get destroyed, just place one a little bit further back. You're still playing that gold denial game, and Hera's going to be running out of that resource in the not-too-distant future. This is going to be really tough for him, as you're mentioning. Having those worse skirms is a big problem, and now siege engineers and crop rotation both on their way.
Yep, and it feels like with Italians, Hera's plan for this map needed to be win the water and win the hills fast enough, but the more I see this map, the more I think it usually does play for a really long late game. And that's where the Vietnamese have their advantage. We've seen a couple of almost wood games here, where the woods kind of stay 2 for each player until one player gets a long push. We saw that ACCM Heart game that lasted for a really long time. Skirm's all getting killed by the cannon.
This is
And
what I
there's
was
no
saying
way for the
earlier, T-West.
Italians.
Hera's not a huge siege guy. The Vietnamese player is
No.
amassing more bombard cannons than the Italians player, and Italians get a huge discount on those bombard cannons.
Well, even if Hera were to amass them, he would then have less range without siege engineers. And with the cav archers out to snipe off condottieri, there isn't a great way for Hera to charge them.
And right now, it's just a little bit of a poke battle back and forth. That said, Hera's at max pop. He's certainly not out of this game yet. Oh my goodness, the villager almost killed the trebuchet right there. But he's got his 2
HP.
wood lines. At max pop, he's certainly not dead yet.
Now, would it benefit Lewis to bring the cannon to the left and try to take that castle? Because Hera has no stone left.
Yeah.
Wherever Lewis pushes castles that go down, that's it for Hera. Lewis still has stone and still has stone income, and potentially even still has map control. Look at the outposts from Lewis, literally seeing everything.
Lewis is so good with his outposts and so diligent about picking up relics. It's a really impressive combo from him that he's developed as a player semi-recently. Oh, decent bombard cannon hit there. What I don't understand from Lewis is the Fire Lancer upgrades. It feels like, if anything, you would go elephants. I'm not memeing, guys. Like, legit elephants feel like they would be the play here, because Hera's shown no capacity to switch into Ellie archers yet. Oh my goodness, he's doing it! Yeah!
He's doing the elephants. He's got 1 stable, but he's adding more. And he's going to knock Hera out of the S-tier win streak by going Vietnamese elite battle elephants to end the game. Hera's castle is about to crumble. Hera, if he loses castles, does not have Genoese crossbowmen. And if he's the Italians, then he doesn't have the halb upgrade, only pikemen. So elephants might just be the ticket to end this game.
It absolutely is, and credit to Lewis for recognizing it, because that's certainly not the obvious approach. He did get Fire Lancers, but Fire Lancers die horribly to condos, as we've established many times. And, I mean, what are you going to do? Condos and skirms against elephants? Hera needs to make a huge unit transition to try and make that work, and he simply doesn't have the resources to do it effectively.
Hera, big hit on the 2 trebs from Lewis to take them down. And the condottieri trying to charge down the bombard cannon. They have a massive attack bonus against them, but they're underneath 4 keeps, an army of heavy cav archers, and the bombard cannons will be kept safe. 5 keeps even.
I don't think Hera can effectively replace his army. He's lost a ton of gold there. Battle elephants are slowly getting upgrades. The bombard cannons are still fresh here for Lewis. And I actually think we are watching AoE history unfold.
Watching history as Onamaru will get potentially 1 player in each of the quarterfinals. 2 players even. 5 players even in the quarterfinals.
Wow. I mean, I'm glad we're casting this series together, TUS, because this is quite the exciting one here, as the elephants have arrived. They do not have Chatras yet, so they still are missing 100 potential HP, but they're going to be getting there. They just have so much HP, so many stats per resource spent, and Hera's losing everything, and GG's, well played. Good luck next.
Lewis must have got bit by a goat, as he will win 4-1 over Hera, with domination of the Vietnamese over the Italians in this final game. But that was, I think, the craziest game was Kilimanjaro.
Absolutely.
With all of those Bolus riders, and with two Phosphoro builds. We even had Phosphoro in the chat saying, no, don't do it on Kilimanjaro. Lewis saying, I got this. I will Phosphoro, and he will win 4-1 over Hera.
And
it's over, Ornlu. It's over. Hera's had losses here and there in A-tier events, but now swept by Sebastian and defeated once more by Lewis. He's out.
Hera is out. His streak comes to an end. I don't actually know how many tournaments he won in a row, but it's some double-digit number for sure. And that is honestly full credit to Lewis there. Played super well, and this just goes to show Hera, yeah, he's still the best AoE player, guys. It's not, one tournament loss does not change that. But if Hera isn't fully locked in, he can't, just say, oh, okay, I'm just going to still win no matter what. And this is quite the performance.
All right, and I will take a look now at the brackets as we move on to the quarterfinals starting tomorrow. We don't have a schedule for that yet, but that will be released soon. Matchups: an Onimaru player in every bracket. We have Leary versus Lewis, Andy versus Vinchester, and on the other side, Sebastian Tato, and Viper ACCM. So does this mean we now... I mean, I don't want to discredit Lewis for beating Hera, but Lewis did run into Leary earlier on and get smacked around, losing 3-1, and Leary seems to be having Lewis's number recently. Does this look like we're heading to a Viper-Leary finals?
We certainly could. It'd be a bit of a throwback, that's for sure. Back at least when I started casting in 2018, that was usually the default finals. We could see Sebastian. I feel like Andy's also playing the best AoE of his career. Vinchester, you never know. Honestly, this could go in any number of directions.
And now Warlords gets interesting. Hera finally loses when T90 and Dave aren't casting, so maybe no one's around to see it, but he did finally lose.
Well, we were able to do quite well today, T West, and I'm just glad that there are still plenty of people watching. Yeah, Mem's still at 5.6K
Viper.
viewers. So, yeah,
Viper loses to ACCM. Memb is likely doing an interview, so check out his channel if you want to see it. Let me give him a shout out.
Yep.
So, I mean, lots of possibilities. Vinch did beat, did he beat Leary in King of the Desert, correct? Am I correct about that? It was Leary, is Vinch who stopped Leary?
I want to say that's correct.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was a couple of games. It felt like maybe the first two games, Vinch was dead, then YOLO to forward castle, and then won. And then won the set from there. Yeah,
good memory.
That was it. Yeah, and then Viper ended up beating Vinch. So... Lots of questions here. Viper and Sebastian went back and forth against each other. Sebastian beat Viper to qualify for Red Bull, but then Viper beat him in the main event. Tato looked a bit shaky against Viper earlier. I think I'd probably give a pretty heavy favorite to Sebastian there. Yeah. But he did come back and play well against Tato. I know Tato had some bike riding events over last weekend, so maybe this week he'll be a bit more prepared. ACCM did get... I mean, he faced Leary, right? And that's always a horrible matchup for ACCM. Maybe better chances against Viper.
Yeah, I certainly think that is going to be the case. I mean, we have so many great sets. I don't know about you, T-West, but I'm going to be here all the rest of the week, and there is going to be so much good AoE 2 coming forward.
I am excited to see more of this. So now, what's next for Hera? Does he come back? Does he find a win? The next event will be the Brazilian Dynasty, where he was invited to it. But that's maybe a tricky one for Hera because he's the only player who didn't have to play through a qualifier. So everyone else will certainly be much more experienced with the map pool than Hera, to say the least.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. And
of course, you can play practice games all you want, but that's a bit different than putting your back against the wall in a qualifier set.
Interesting stuff. And even the game, actually, not just looking at it, the one game that Lewis lost versus Hera, he probably could have won if he didn't sack half his navy for no reason, because he wasn't patrolling.
That's even if he wins the water, like, he's losing the middle to the Bengalis push, right?
Yeah.
But like looking at those maps, I always feel when you look at sets, you want to look at how the civs matched up and how is the draft. Hera's someone who I always feel drafts really well and can win sets from the drafts, but also can make bad drafts look good sometimes. As let me check off the final map, and that was Crossroads 1 by Lewis. Hera even thought Italians would be good there, but maybe was hoping Italians Huns would be the matchup.
Yeah, I do think Huns were sort of the default option there for Lewis, but Vietnamese always a really strong civ. Mapuche, Portuguese both feel like good civs that Lewis executed better. Arena, I guess Wei are like the best arena civ now. Magyars probably still have an edge.
I don't know if Wei are the best arena civ, but it feels like they have all of the tools you want for playing exactly the type of game they played against the Turks. Yeah. Where Hera played a very standard game, and kind of the Shinbei Raiders probably counter a Janissary push, counter the early Imp with the timing, counter a Monk Rush probably just with numbers. So all the things that the Turks are good at, the Wei have timing advantages against.
Yeah, it definitely worked out quite well there for Lewis. And, I mean, it is going to be a really interesting final 4 days here.
Yep.
I have no idea what to expect. We don't know exactly which matchup is going to be next, I think.
Yeah, it's not gonna be randomized, but it will be. I mean, we have the quarterfinals, right? It'll be
Yeah.
2 matchups per day for the next 2 days, then semifinals on Saturday and finals on Sunday. End of Hera. Oh my gosh, making the puns in the chat.
Always. Always, always, always.
Well, that will be it. Did we miss any good puns there? Someone said a good pun that I didn't read out during the game, and now I forget what it was, and I'm sad.
Tragedy,
I
tragedy.
want to remember what the pun was.
Does the tournament have a single favorite at this point?
Leary, I think by far.
I still think it's Leary by far.
Yeah, it's Leary.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Leary than the next 2 players. I mean, I think it's kind of the way it works out. It's kind of actually seeded. I'd say Leary number 1, Viper, Sebastian 2 and 3 in some order, and Vinch probably number 4.
Yeah,
So,
I think that can totally work out. But I think that if you look at the actual matchups there, it's certainly viable to see a lot of different options.
Oh yeah, that's true. Viper's also on vacation. Did you know that Ornlu? Viper's on vacation. He's playing from a laptop.
Oh my goodness, that's pretty funny.
So, okay, yes. Now that I've been reminded of that, it's going to be Sebastian Leary finals.
Yeah, that feels even more likely now. Although ACCM could beat Sebastian. I do think that is quite possible. I think
that's a weird thing, right? Where if that bottom 4 could be anyone, whereas the top 4, you're really expecting Leary to be the favorite. And I don't see Lewis or Andy beating Leary as much as I feel Andy Vinch could be interesting, right? Because Andy won the set earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I think from those 4, Vinch is the only one capable of beating Leary.
Yes, and I do think that there is at least an outside chance that happens. I don't think Lewis or Andy have a very good matchup at all. Depends on the reason. We'll have to see.
I mean, this could be Viper reestablishing a dynasty while he's on vacation. Who knows?
The best AoE is always played when you're sipping pina coladas on the beach.
Maybe it is, right? I mean, he'll be nice and relaxed.
Yeah.
I showed off on stream the other day that their gal setup when he was traveling. You remember that ironing board over the sink with the laptop?
Yes. That was a great one.
Beautiful.
That was good stuff.
Oh, scheduled for the quarterfinals. We have it. It'll be Andy Vinch tomorrow, followed by Sebastian Tato. Then Friday will be Viper ACCM, followed by Leary Lewis. And Viper doesn't even have the second set. What is this? Era Viper not having the final set of the day?
I know, it's...
Well, it makes sense against ACCM with the time zones.
Yeah, he's trying to accommodate players as best we can.
Yeah, same with Vinch's time zone.
All right, well, I think I am going to head off and get some lunch, T-West. Are you going to keep streaming?
I think I will keep streaming. Hold on, let me do some Discord messaging real quick. Oh, the file size limit isn't... Oh my gosh, Ornlu freaking... When you don't have Nitro. And the file size limit can't be uploaded. Oh my god. Ah. Okay, you know what I just heard, Ornlu? There's also another complication. You know what that complication is?
What is that?
Server maintenance tomorrow.
Oh, boy!
Alright. Yes, I'm probably going to keep streaming for a bit. So thank you for the codecast.
Of course.
I'm sure we'll codecast again at some point.
Yes.
And I will talk to you later. We will discombine the chat, say goodbye to all the intellectuals.
Oh, yes.
And I'll see you later.
See you, man. All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed that. That was a ton of fun. But yeah, I'm going to be done for the day. I'll go ahead and raid T-West. No idea what he's doing. But yeah, that was That was something to watch, for sure. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning. We'll have to see. Mari to the Mari. Oh, I completely screwed that up, didn't I? Bye, guys. Oh, the channel is for mature audiences.